Not sure why. Don't know what I did. Give me a second. Blind as a bat without them nowadays, folks. If you gave me 10 minutes for my eyes to adjust, I'd be okay looking around the field. Right now, not so much. But if I want to read anything here, I'm going to have the glasses. You okay down there, darling? Tina's okay. All right, here we go. Thumbs up if you would. We'll give it a few minutes. I have started 1 hour early. If you've been here recently, you will have seen my traumas with my lighting. I have got extra lights brought in to help, including there should be 2 head torches. There are indeed. There's another one back there that I can maybe point at myself to help when it does get dim. Obviously, I'm waiting for it to get a little darker before I put the fairy lights on under the parasol or sombrilla. I may move that forward so that the light from the brolly shines down on me if I can get Tina out of the way later. We shall see, folks, we shall see. We're very much winging things at the moment because of technical difficulties. I have just poured 2 ice cold coffees, but the coffee hasn't mixed in very well. I got lumps of coffee powder floating on top. Peanut VR, hello. You're the first to say hello, welcome. Oh man, I am sweating like a who knows what. I've been wet through all day. It's, what's it been temperature wise? 32 maybe? What is it now? Let me look at my tablet. It is currently, and it's not going to drop below 25 tonight. This is the first time I've seen it categorically stated that this is going to be one of those torrid nights, as they call them. If it doesn't drop below 20, that is a, what do they call that? Tropical night. If it doesn't drop below 25, that is a torrid night, I think is the description. And tonight, the weather forecast all the way through doesn't suggest that even dropping below 25, even for like 1 hour or whatever. 25 and above all night. Currently, 27 feels like 31. I don't know how that works. A 4-degree difference between actual and feels like. 4 degrees Celsius difference. That's a lot. 7 or 8 degrees Fahrenheit difference. You don't usually see those kind of differences between actual and feels like. Apparently it was only 31 today, except it was higher. I saw it be higher, but the summary below says 31 for today. Who knows? Who knows how these things work? You're right there, Tina. I think Hannah just arrived. Let me just have a quick look. Hannah said hello, Mike and Tina. For those of you that are, well, just for everybody, I guess. For those of you that are doggy fans, here's Tina. She somehow managed to work her way backwards again. For a totally immobile dog who I have to carry around more or less, she sure does get around when she wants. I just brought a cold bottle of water out and I gave Tina some water, ice cold water, me 2 coffees, and that's the bottle empty. Quick look around the field for anyone who, well, for anyone who's new or hasn't seen it before. I am a tramp. There's my broken down tent. You won't be able to see from here, but the second vein, the second ridge, I'll have to unplug. Let me stand up, just check that the dog is not directly behind me. Yeah, this happened. Oh, it's the first vein. Look at this. We had a few splits in the roof, but now the roof's entirely gone, and now you're looking straight in on the bedroom. Well, the spare bedroom, my storeroom. But look at this tarp. that fell apart within, well, it's probably 4 months now, but it fell apart within 3 months. Whole thing's knackered. Fortunately, it's summer, so here's the field. Not as green as it was because it's quite dry, hot and dry now. But yeah, such is life. Here's a proper view of her. Hey babe, you can't even reach your water now, can you? Hey? Where are you going? I don't know how she does it. I had her right up here. She was right up here, and I had the water here. And I've got to move it back and move it back. I'll move it back a little bit more for her. Like I said, it's ice cold water, so it's nice and cooling, nice and refreshing, if she wants it. Hey babe, you gonna say hello to the peoples? Hey? Hannah's asking. Hannah says hello. You gonna say hello back? That's as good as you're gonna get, folks. Hey, Tina girl. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Back to me, bare-chested. Sorry. It's just that hot. I don't mean to be flashing the man boobs. Alright, babe. Now you're pushing the water away. Oh, what was that? I got a plink. Sorry, folks. I gotta go in. Oh, someone's sending me something on Messenger, but I need to silence my phone because anybody on headphones, I do apologise. I forgot to do the do not disturb. Karen asks, are you watching the Spanish game? It just kicked off. No, I'm live. Let me send that. Can I send it without leaving the stream? I think I did. Okay. Sorry folks. Now I have started 1 hour early, like I said, because of my problems with lighting recently. My lamp, I haven't really looked, but something's, you can't really see with a USB-C port. Something's wrong in the USB-C port, probably a broken or a bent pin, and it's not accepting a charge through the port. Fortunately, it has a solar panel on top and it's been stood out for 2 days. And then I've got these other backup lights. Karen says, sorry, didn't realise you were live. That's okay. I just went live 1 hour early because of the lighting thing. If I do have to use the light, obviously it can't be topped up while I'm on because it won't take a USB charge, and in the night it won't be able to do the solar thing. So I've come live 1 hour early. So my aim is always to try and do 4 hours, because that helps with YouTube's post-processing and making sure the stream is kind of published quicker and available with chat replay and everything. So I gone live 1 hour earlier, so it's 1 hour less to be live. 1 hour less to be live in the dark, if I just want to reach that 4 hour limit. Doesn't mean I won't go longer if there's enough lighting to get by, even if I have to wrap the fairy lights around my neck again. I don't know. Probably best just to put the fairy lights on and bring the brolly over me, and it'll reflect light down on me. That's probably better than putting them around my neck. But I do have a couple of head torches that are well, one of them's battery powered. I'm not sure how good the batteries are. They've been in a drawer for a long time. But the other one is USB powered and is sitting there, hopefully charging, or has finished charging. Let me have a quick look. There was a red light for charging, which is gone. Oh, the cable's unplugged. That would be why. Give me a second. Oh, more flashing of the torso and the fat belly. Sorry folks, I will put a t-shirt on when it gets a little bit cooler. I'm not one for flashing the manly chest, because it's not that manly anymore. Oh, it's a green light. It is fully charged. Okay, that's something, I guess. When I was first homeless and I lost 1/3 of my body weight, I didn't only lose fat, I did lose quite a bit of muscle. And since then my eating's been a little bit haphazard, as you might imagine. And what I might have put back on might be mainly fat rather than, you know, protein's rare. Not entirely nowadays. The other week when I got 7 bags of food in one week from people dropping it off, there was quite a bit of meat, but I'll be honest, some of it went to waste. It's summer. Cooking isn't, even now, I've got these potatoes and onions, I've still got a cabbage, well, a big part of a cabbage. I would fry something up. It just doesn't appeal in these temperatures, folks. It just doesn't. Through the day, I mean, there's no way that, like, between 9 in the morning and 7 or 8 at night, yeah, I can't even consider eating hot food. Cheers to George, who called around on Wednesday. He brought me some pollo asado, some cooked chicken, and a salad and a baguette, which were greatly appreciated. Takes the cooking out of the equation and kind of reduces my choice. It stops me thinking about whether to eat or not, because it's kind of there. Like when he brought the kebab meat a week or 2 ago, whenever that was. Cheers to George. Thank you. Karen's watching Spain and Belgium. This is another quarter-final, yeah. Okay. Do you know what I haven't done? I haven't followed my own advice and put live chat on. I'm still on top chat, and chat just died and is not there. That's the 3rd time recently it's done this. Bear with me, folks. I know how to solve this now. It's a bit of a faff. I literally have to close the YouTube app down and then come back in. Give me maybe 10 seconds if I can do this right. I probably can't do this right. I can't get the app to do. Hold on. How can I have chat back? Okay. I don't think I've missed anything. There was my pinned message. There was my message saying you need to have chat open and set to all messages, which I subsequently failed to do. And then one saying say hello, and then Peanut VR. I said hi and thank you. That's okay, mate. Hello, Mike and Tina. That was Hannah. Then Karen. Sorry, didn't realise you were live. I'm watching Spain and Belgium. Well, I guess I shall listen for the fireworks when Spain score, or any cars driving past pipping horns if they win at the end. We'll have 2 or 3 hours of mayhem on the streets, won't we? Wasn't too bad last time. We didn't get the fireworks, but we did have cars driving up and down pipping horns. Not too many, but enough, you know, enough. When some of the matches are finishing as late as they are, yeah, having cars driving up and down the road, pipping their horns, and you know, I can understand celebrating your country doing well, and it's not just Spain. That there are people here from other countries. So yeah, what can you do? Cheers, folks. So it's 2-fisted drinking. It was ice cold when I poured it, and I made the mistake of pouring 2. So the second one won't be ice cold by the time I get to it. My beer has been out while I've been getting ready. My beer has been out. I'm about a third of the way down the can, maybe a quarter of the way down the can, and it's no longer particularly cold. I don't even know if the fridge is in an on position at the minute. Let me quickly see whether I can check that. Might need to turn it on. Have a look. I don't know which EcoFlow it's plugged into. Oh, I do. It's not into the EcoFlow River 2 because that's in front of me. So it must be in the River 3. Turned on the 12 volt socket. I'm going to guess it's turned it off on the fridge itself. 2 more seconds. Yeah, it's sitting a little bit higher than I like at 3 degrees. We'll turn it on. Okay. That should mean that I think I had 4 bottles of water in there. Like I said, I got one out and it's instantly empty. Between me and Tina, instantly empty. 3 more bottles of water, and I think there's 4 or 5 cans of beer in there. If we go along, cheers, folks. I expect the number of viewers will be low until in about an hour's time, when people start looking at the normal time. Let me check. No, I'm not on live chat again, look. Okay, I was on top chat. I haven't missed anything. So few of you here, it doesn't... Oh, flies dancing on my ankles. Hey babe, can you move your water all back where I put it? Then I can move my chair forwards and not get a bad back. Oh, there we go. Now I can sit somewhat upright. Oh. Adjust the camera so you're not looking at my flesh. My hair is pretty solid at the minute. So much sweat in there, I'm gonna have to wash it. Especially before Karen comes, whenever that is. That's not too far away. My hairdresser friend. Look after me. I did do a beard trim myself 4 or 5, no, it can't be 4 or 5 weeks ago, can it? I need another one, but I might wait for the professional, or I might, the moustache hairs are kind of in my mouth. I might have to take care of it before she gets here. Then she's just got to tidy up whatever mess I make of it. Gary in South Africa. Hello all. Happy Friday, mate. Happy Friday indeed. I got live a little early because of the lighting situation, but I hope to still do 4 hours minimum. These birds, what did we decide the other week? Swallows or swifts? Somebody suggested bats, but that was wrong. Oh, Tina. Yeah, lots of flies in the field, and therefore we've got the birds. Let me see if I can capture some on screen for you. I'll have to zoom in a little bit. Well, there's... it's going to be a little bit stilted. The frame rate isn't that high on YouTube. I couldn't tell you whether I'm broadcasting at 720 or 1080. YouTube just does what it does. And they're hiding from me now, aren't they? They were all over me before. Is this one going to come around? This one? Where's he gone? Oh, 2 of them. And they're off. Well, that's no good. Here's one. Here's one. No, there's one. Not on screen, it's not. Where are you? But there we go. They dart around. They've got that V-shaped tail. I did look it up the other week. I just don't remember what it said. Those are diving low. They fly around catching birds on the catching flies on the fly. In fact, I think I read that in their entire lifetime they don't really land. Oh. Let me just scroll back. Are those the birds that dive bomb your head when you walk close to them? They do come very close. They fly within about a meter and a half sometimes. You literally feel you can reach out to them. Every now and again they get it wrong and they'll kind of stall, chirp, and then change directions mid-air. Swallows or swifts? I can't remember which. Let's look it up again. I saw that you said your daughter had drawn a picture of me by hand. Can I email it to you? You can. I won't be able to show it in this stream. Well, I maybe could if I get it up on the tablet and then it's all. I don't have OBS, so I can't bring other media in and things. I was investigating other options. Flies on my ankles. I do have fly spray. I don't like to use fly spray outside. It feels like a waste when you're trying to spray the outside. What was I looking at? Okay, Spain, swifts or swallows. I should have put Torrevieja really. Narrow it down. Swifts or swallows. Yeah, let me make it Torrevieja. And summer. Both swifts and swallows fill the summer skies of Torrevieja, Spain. Arriving in the spring from Africa, swifts are the quintessential summer bird, notable for their sickle-shaped wings and screeching calls. Sickle-shaped wings. It's the tail I notice. Sickle-shaped. I guess they are curved. Oh no, they're more like Spitfire wings. See, there was one, but I'm not pointing a camera at it, and it decided to dance around and do 3 circles in front of me. Sickle-shaped. Not really. Swallows with their pale bellies and long tail streamers. Well, they both have that, don't they? Typically nest near human structures. No, I don't see nests. Oh, although I did watch a video the other day of a guy in... Was he somewhere in Spain? And he was on his balcony and they dove right in at this little hole in the... Didn't really look like a nest, it just looked like a hole in the wall. And I thought those were the same birds because of the chirp. I don't know, folks. Here's how you tell them apart. Hold on. They share similar aerial acrobatics and insect-eating habits. Swifts, completely dark brown stroke black with a white throat patch. Don't think that's what I see. Crescent-shaped wings. That's... Do not perch. They spend their entire lives in the air. I don't see these land. But maybe I'm just in the wrong place for shit to land. Barn swallows, glossy blue black backs, off-white bellies, distinctive long forked tail streamers. I don't know, folks. They're saying that they both have long tail streamers, which basically is that V-shaped, that tail. Those are crescent wings. Have I got both flying around me? Those are very much crescent wings, and the other lot were more of a D shape than a C. I think I've got both flying around me. Yeah. I'll try and point the camera back at them, but I don't know, folks. Maybe you're not interested in birds. I don't know. I just like to know when I get a question in my head. You don't have to share the drawing. It's just something she drew. Okay, mate. Yeah, feel free to send it. Delta Mike Torrevieja@gmail.com. Yeah. How old? How old's your daughter? She's 32 and she sends me a picture that looks like it's drawn by a 5-year-old. That would be my kind of drawing. Oh, I'm getting annoyed. I've got... walking through the bushes, in and out these little paths, especially trying to walk alongside Tina. And then I have to try and put Tina in front of me and still hold her up as we walk through. But sometimes she'll stumble and then she's alongside me and there isn't room for two alongside it. So my ankles are getting scrapes again, you know, little cuts and not so much bruises, but little cuts and scrapes. Also, here's one. So, you know, my toileting is behind these trees over here, and they've fallen over, and they're getting, the branches from two separate trees are getting closer. I'm having to physically hike one of the trees out of the way to get through. I may have to take a saw to a fairly major branch to clear a little bit of getting out's easier because the little branches and side branches are like barbs. When you're trying to get in, I'm getting caught on the little stubs where broken off branches, dead branches have been. Getting out's a lot easier because you're going with the direction of the barb. You're coming from behind the barb. Not sure where I stand legally on taking a saw to someone else's trees. A little bit iffy. But you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I can't. Someone's just scored. I guess on average it's going to be Spain on balance. Yeah, those are Spanish people shouting. Karen will confirm. Your daughter's 13. Karen says Spain just scored. Yeah, I gathered. I guess if I turned RTVE, the app's gonna, it's almost certainly gonna have the Spain game, isn't it? I'm not going to be showing it or playing audio or doing any kind of running commentary, but I can mention when there's goals or something, if anyone is interested. Where do I hide this thing? Players, here it is. Here's my... Oh, I'll have to watch 2 minutes of adverts first, obviously. Bear in directo. That's bear with a V. No. What are we advertising? It's a car of some sort. I don't recognise the badge. I still don't recognise the badge. The advert's finished and I still don't know who it was that advertised. Tina girl. Shush, shush. That's good, isn't it? When you can watch an advert and you don't know who's just when you've finished watching the advert and you still don't know who advertised at you. Apparently I'm already 14 seconds behind. Or is it half time nearly? How am I? There's a button to push to go live and it'll show adverts again. I got a 10-second delay. Oh no, we're only 31 minutes in. The TV program must be 45 minutes in. I haven't got the desk space, folks. I haven't got the desk space. Talk to me. Okay, folks. Oh, I think I'm getting bitten. Oh. All right, I don't want to look at that. I'll have it on in the background. I don't want to sit here looking at it too much. Talk to me, folks. What are we going to talk about? Shall we talk about my week? I guess that's usually where we start, although maybe there'll be more people here in half an hour when it's the normal start time. Maybe I'll hold off on that. Let's talk about Tina. I had a friend come round the other day. She brings Tina chicken carcasses and often brings me a paper. Often, but not always. And she came around the other day and brought Tina a chicken carcass and then said to me, I won't be coming again. Because I'd said, what, a week or two ago that Tina would probably not be here for more than 2 or 3 weeks. She didn't want to turn up one day and have me say, you know, like, oh, I'm sorry, Tina's gone. So I had to explain that no, Tina's actually improved the last week or 10 days, and my predictions of her demise were exaggerated. And in fairness, she has done really well the last week or 10 days. The big issue I was having was the incontinence. Peeing in the middle of the night and then laying on it or laying in it. And she did get an open wound the first night or two when I wasn't realising what was happening or the frequency of what was happening. If she pees in the night and if I'm asleep, there's nothing I can do about it. But if I wake up and check within an hour and swap out either the pads or the newspaper, whatever, I haven't got many kind of puppy pads, absorbent pads, but I had quite a bit of newspaper lying around from the lady bringing me the newspapers. Running out now a little bit, but that's a separate question. But the first couple of nights she was lying in it and I didn't realise, and she got a bit of an open wound. Only, I'm probably exaggerating the size. I've been putting alcohol gel on, it's drying up and it's healing over now, it's getting skin over it. The fur, the hair will take longer. But she's not peeing in bed as often, and I'm checking on her more often through the night. Every time I kind of roll over, I have a check. If she has done a little pee on the newspaper, I'll move her to a different part of the newspaper. If it's a big one, I'll swap out the newspaper entirely and swap in a separate you know, half a dozen sheets of paper. And we seem to be managing, and she's not doing it as often. She's not doing it as much. And I'm kind of managing it better. Her front legs. I was worried a few weeks ago that her front legs were so weak first thing in the morning. I've got a workaround for that now. I carry her out of the tent fairly forcefully and put her on the ground for a little while, give her 5 minutes. Well, I'll hold her, she'll probably pee straight outside the door if she's been holding it in. But then I'll move her further forwards, put her on the ground for 5 minutes. She tries to move around, then when I pick her up, she's got more strength in her legs. Her legs just need a little bit longer just to get going. I think I saw Marie arriving. Hello, Marie. Marie says hi, DM, Tina, and all. Everybody say hello to Marie. I will show you Tina as you're saying hello to her. She's done her best to work backwards from me again. She was down here alongside me, and she's managed to work all the way back there. I don't know what it is about back there. A little bit later when it gets dark, I'll probably have to move her because I think I'm going to move the big concrete block right up behind my chair so that the light from the parasol, well, from the fairy lights under the parasol, shines down on me. Just to help with my lighting issues. Hey, Tina. Say hello. Say hello to the peoples. Marie says hi. Yeah. There she is anyway, folks. I don't want to be... You know, I don't like to pimp her out too much. I feel like I'm trying to use my dog for begging, which was a suggestion some people have made, which I distinctly disagree with. Mike, last week when you were topless, lol, I noticed you had a bulge on your upper spine. I do. It's a I know the name of it. It's an oil. It's a gland that gives off an oil. It's very big on me because it's been there about 20 years. I made an appointment with my doctor once upon a time. They had a lumps and bumps man who would cut it out, but first I had to take some antibiotics to reduce the size of it. Sebaceous cyst, that's the one. Apparently when they take it out, there's a 50% chance that when it's in the nurse's hand or whatever, it might explode. And it's a big pus-filled gland. But I made the appointment. I took the antibiotics, and when I went back 2 weeks later, oh, we've sacked our lumps and bumps man. You can't have it done here anymore. Okay. This is one of the 3 times in my adult life that I've been to the doctors. There's usually, there was a 25-year gap where I didn't go to I went when I was about 17 to one doctor's surgery. Then I went to another doctor's to register. And not only so when they wanted to get the doctor's notes, get my medical notes from the other doctor, not only did that surgery not exist anymore, nobody in the new practice had even heard of it. That's how long it had been gone. I went about twice. I went twice to that practice. Once I had an ear infection. I was trying to walk. When the doctor says, yeah, come this way, I tried to walk and I hit the wall perpendicular. I went full 90 degrees off, tumbling off that way. That was one time I went. Another time I went about a month after that. I had 3 things wrong. I had this lump in my back. I'd been to Chelmsford for a business meeting, sign up a client, and I'd walked for about 6 hours while I was there, and I got this little lump above my knee that was a little bit weird and a little bit, not like hurty, but a little bit, what would the word be? Was a little bit sore at the time. So I went to say, what the fuck's this? Go Belgium. Oh, it just happened here. Okay, I missed it talking to you lot. Like I said, I think I'm on a 16-second delay, 14-second delay. I don't know if that's a deliberate thing to do with the internet. It's telling me that I'm live, but at the same time it tells me I'm minus 14 seconds. If you get far enough behind, you can hit the button and it'll play you about 2 minutes of adverts before showing you whatever. So that's fucking no good either, is it? But yeah, sebaceous cyst in my back, but it's about as big as a fucking golf ball at the minute. Every now and again, about once every 10 years, it gets nasty and I have to really break the skin and push all the nastiness out. No, it's not a bony thing, it is. It stinks like shit when it goes bad. I mean, it leaks for about 2 weeks. I used to have to push my back against a door frame, a door jamb. And one time, you know the green paper towels in the loos? I put one of those down my back once and just after I'd been pressing it and pushing back on the door frame, I mopped up all of that, put a fresh paper towel down. When I removed the paper towel about 3 hours later, this kind of lump of cheese kind of fell on the floor from out of my back. Yeah, it's a sebaceous cyst. It's kind of an inbuilt infection thing. It's probably having that kind of swelling going on in your body long term. Apparently that's linked. That's a like a cancer. What's the word? It's not like a direct cause for cancer or anything, but it's having swelling in your tissues in your body over a long term is unhealthy. It's a marker for increased risk of cancer in the long term. But you know, tramping a field, what the fuck am I going to do about it now? I literally went to the doctor. I took a 2-week course of antibiotics. I went along for an appointment that had been made for them. They were just going to like do an inch and a half slit in my back and then pop it out, tie off the 2 tubes, ligations on the tubes, and remove the I've watched it being done online, and they take this cyst out. There's a classic German one where they do it, and the nurse has got this. She's got this cyst in her hand, and it just fucking explodes in her face. Not good. I mean, it's a pus filled. It's an infection within a. It's a blocked cyst. Yeah, it's a blocked gland that turns infected and goes nasty. Could be malignant, need to get a biopsy. No, I had it. The doctor, what do they call it? Not perturbation. They have words for he at the time he checked it. It's fluid. I've had it go bad and leak and broke the skin on. I had to break the skin on the outside and have it all ooze out. I know that it's pus. Need to get a biopsy. Fuck that. I'm too manly for that. Then that swells your lymph nodes as well. Only if it's getting. I think it's because it happens when the tubes are blocked. So your glands have an entry and an exit, don't they? As part of the lymphatic system or whatever. If they're blocked, it's not going anywhere, which is why it's so big. Bursts outwards through the skin if it bursts outwards and I have to break the skin, but that's, you know. Men not going to doctors. This is why, one of the reasons why men die younger than women. Wars, violence, and not going to doctors. It's why married men live longer than unmarried men, because you get pestered by the wife to go to which is why when I had the ear infection, I only went to the doctors because I got I couldn't stand up straight. I walked through the living room door and I hit the television or whatever. But the wife's like, no, you got to, and I'm like, no, a bit of vinegar in my ear or whatever, it'll be right, I'll get it. Just dilute some vinegar. and some oil or something, and that's basically most ear infection cures boil down to salad dressing. Until it gets bad enough that you need an antibiotic. Syringing your ears. It's the same thing, isn't it? Whether they go with an oil and vinegar or whether they go with the salt water thing, it's a salad dressing either way. We're pickling almost either way. Hold on, a greater relief when it breaks. Warm poultice might help to draw it out. Yeah, and like I said, if it pops inside and I have to break the skin myself. Now, I used to have to do that by pressing against a door jam, however you pronounce that word, door frame. In the middle of a field here on my own, I would probably have to try and somehow take a knife to my back. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? You have to adapt and overcome, and there's another word, isn't there, for where you kind of jerry-rig things, put a penknife on the end of a stick and try and stab my own back. Only has to go in a centimetre or so. Barry Ace Cards Herder. Card Sherbet, sorry, it wraps at just the wrong place there. Barry Ace Card Sherbet. Hello again, my friend. I do remember your name. It's a strange one. I don't know where we got. I got mumps. Oh, that's a dangerous age. Adults with mumps. Yeah, no, that can leave you. Yeah, we know. Well, most people know that one. Mumps is something you want to get out of the way when you're a kid. Otherwise, implications. Couldn't walk for 4 weeks. Hold on. And was in hospital for 4 weeks. Oh, guys, too much noise for one person to travel around. As much as I dislike these electric scooters, they don't fucking annoy 1,000 people everywhere they go. I'm scrolling. Okay, that swells your lymph nodes, yeah. Okay, mumps, testes. I had one. Okay, here's one. So from the age of about 3 onwards, I've mentioned in the past about my cherubism, the swollen bones in the face. And I was going to hospitals and having regular full body x-rays. They were trying to monitor my full body. I don't know why it's a full body x-ray, but I went to one hospital, like the general hospital in Barnsley. And was it called Barnsley General or was it called Barnsley Royal Infirmary? Don't remember, it's long gone. And I also went to a specialist hospital. So I think I went every 3 months to the Barnsley Hospital, and once, sometimes twice a year, to a dental teaching hospital in Sheffield. And I was getting these full body x-rays. And I was like, I think I was 11, and suddenly they put the lead-lined cup over my, over my testes. One nurse was doing the radiology thing, and another one like suddenly panicked and we better put that. And I'm thinking, what about all those other times you didn't do that? Do you only have to protect the balls once I'm 11? What about the 5? All the times in between 5 and 10? Not sure. I've never looked into it. But I don't have children. But I don't know. Oh, somebody's happy. Is it half time? No, not quite. 1-1 half time. Oh, okay, it was plus 5 minutes and we were on 5 minutes, and that was my 13 or 14 second delay. Did you hear the fireworks? I'm sorry, Tina. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay, babe. Yeah? I'll come and get you. Hold on. I'll come and get you. You got to come alongside. Flashing my body off again. Sorry, folks. Oh. Hey, babe. Come back alongside Daddy. Come on. Come in. I know you don't want to. But at least here I can cuddle you. I can reach you and cuddle you, can't I? Come on. It's okay. He's got his girl. Yeah? He's got his girl. Nothing can hurt you while you're with me, okay? Eh? Big brave Daddy protects his Tina girl. Okay. I've still got about half a can of beer. And 1 1/3 cups of cold coffee. Ice cold coffee. It is quite refreshing, even though it's powdered instant. I'm getting low on the instant. I have to do something about that. Maybe look around the tent. I might have some in a fucking carry bag, in a shopping bag. Hating ago. Where are we, folks? 1.5 time. So yeah, the whole question of at what age do you have to cover a male's genitals? Was it part of some kind of government eugenics program? Have I been sterilized by what? Let's think. 10 years of, well, no, 3 to 11. 8 years, 4 times a year, full body X-rays with uncovered testicles, unshielded, whatever. They weren't uncovered. I didn't have them hanging out. It's okay, babe. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Hey, hey, who are you barking at? I gotta be honest, folks. This camera, when you get to these low light levels, at this level, it does a fairly good job. I'm a lot brighter here on screen than I would be if you stood here in real life. It's getting quite dim now. I don't know whether I have my glasses on or off. Excuse me. I am on live chat. I was just checking. Okay, folks. I haven't done, we're almost an hour in, half time in the football, 1-1, Spain, Belgium, España, Belgica. I haven't done my intro yet. Do you think I should do my intro? Let's do the intro, the channel and the show. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, it's me, your eponymous host. Down here on the floor is my glamorous co-host, Tina. I'll show her again shortly. My doggy darling. Disabled doggy darling. Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Or down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough. Perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. That field there, this one, with a parasol. I've got 2 parasols actually. I only have 1 concrete block to stand it up in. But there's the field, complete with some of my detritus, it has to be said. It's not, it is overdue a bit of a tidy up, like this table. I was supposed to clear this table off and put it at the other side of the tent and sit by the little track. I said I was going to do that in July. Solar panels. Okay, we'll talk about solar panels shortly. Okay, so that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I'm an Englishman, a Briton, trapped by circumstance in Spain. Uh, my bank say I'm not me and won't let me have my money unless I get back to Britain and go into my own branch of that bank. And the police say, we're not letting you leave the country. Also money and things. And disabled dog. Just transporting a dog, €500 roughly, plus or minus. Also dying dog. So she's Spanish, so I'm probably just gonna see her time out here, and then maybe we see where we go. Maybe I'll make more of an effort at clearing things up and getting back after she's gone. Anyway, that's depressing. So that's the channel intro. The program you are watching is a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I would detail 7 days in the life of. Some would say an excruciating detail. I kind of quite liked it. Gave me lots of jumping off points and talking points. I haven't even been keeping notes the last 2 or 3 weeks. I should keep the notes because one day I might write a book, but that's me. Things are very much just samey at the minute, week in, week out, day in, day out. It gets hot. The sun shines. It gets hot before 7:30. I have to start opening the doors on the tent, even though one of the doors is just a fly mesh, a mosquito net. One of the doors I only close halfway down, and so that airflow can happen anyway. But as soon as the sun hits the side of the tent in the morning, it's too hot. And then it's just a case of how do you best survive the heat? Is there a breeze? Can you come outside without being in the sun too much? Can you sit inside without getting too hot? Can you put the fan on? Can you cool enough cold water or cold drinks? Cold water, pop. Oh, I was going to bring my blackcurrant and water out, but I drank all the water. Well, I put the water in coffee, didn't I? Maybe I'll do that later. All those questions, but they're the same questions every day. It's just very samey. I don't get many visitors at the minute. My friend Ismo came around one day this week. I don't recall which day. Again, I'm not making notes. So the show is a spin-off from my old TrampCast. This is just a TrampCast Hangout where I hang out in chat with you guys and we chew the cud. You ask questions, I answer. I tell you some of the things that have happened to me and any... Okay, I want the middle setting, which is that one. Will the low do to begin with? It's still a little bit bright. That's bright enough, isn't it? On the lower setting, it will last longer. I'm scrolling back a little bit. Farmart arrived. I saw that. Just let me scroll. I saw Zami arrive. I don't think I said hello. Hi Mike, hope you're well. Life's what you make it. To an extent. Sometimes other people and other organizations can impose limitations on you, but you make the best of what you've got. You make the best you can with the card you're dealt. So yeah, I agree with you to a large extent, but some people have the attitude that wherever you end up is a result of your own decisions, and it's not entirely true, is it? Other factors can influence, and sometimes in quite great ways. If a bank debanks you and steals your money and leaves you living in a field for 4 years, well, the choice to be in a field is mine, I guess, but I don't know what the other alternatives are. I could travel around like Joby, or I could if I didn't have a disabled dog, or if I knew how to live as a homeless guy properly. I'm not really a proper homeless guy. I've set up a static situation here and tried to build resources around myself. But yeah, you make the best of what you've got. I'm well, my friend. How's London? Been a little bit warmer, as I understand things, for the whole of the UK. Here was Farmer arriving, saying hello to me, to Peanut, Hannah, Karen, Gary, Marie, Barry, and Zami. Hello everyone, everybody, everywhere. And then he says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. And I only fluffed one little part of that. Reading, folks. Reading. I'm quite good at it, but not perfect on the flight. I'm only here on and off watching the footy. Yeah, I've got the footy on here. I'm just watching highlights of... it's this game, yeah. I thought it was a different game at first. They just did a freeze frame. During the adverts, they just showed a still on the RTVE app. So for anyone who doesn't know, RTVE is the full name. That's like the Spanish BBC. And it's, how's it going? I think it's RTE for the radio and TVE is their TV stations, and together it's RTVE, I think. Probably stands for like Radio Television España. I'm not entirely sure. The R might be a Real, like Royal. I'm not sure. But that's the app that I'm that's the app that I've got playing alongside me. If you see me being a little bit distracted. Half time, yeah. Karen's looking forward to Spain. How long is it now? I've lost track, Karen. In the same way that I lose track of how much I've got on the card. I think I've got a £5 on the card. I think, but I do lose. I don't make a, because I'm not making proper notes of what I do and when. I'm not using my notes app properly. I lose track. Oh, the other week, folks, you'll like this. So I think I'd had €50 on my, I'd put €50 on my card, maybe 3 weeks earlier or something. And I wasn't really keeping track. And when I went to the shop, I'm tippy tapping. I'm doing the, whatever it's called, tap and go. And I had a €10 note in my back pocket in case anything went wrong. And I tap, and it went through, much to my surprise. And Karen told me about I don't know, 5 days later when I asked, you've got exactly 0 cents in the account. I'd tippy tapped exactly, I think it was $9.90. I think I'd tippy tapped exactly what was on the card. It's a prepaid debit card that Karen helps me with, and technically it's in her name. Well, not technically, it is in her name. It's a separate account she's opened for me, and just so that I used to struggle to find someone to send PayPal money to and have them bring me like euros. So being able to send Karen the PayPal funny money, and she puts it in her bank and then onto the card, so I can at least not starve to death or die of thirst, if you know what I mean. Cheers. But yeah, I managed to spend exactly, I managed to leave the account exactly on 0.00 euros. Nice trick if you can do it. You have a haircut to look forward to. Yeah, I've got to dig out a washing up bowl first, and I actually, not just my hair, I'm going to dig out my little electric shower, and after I've washed my hair with it, I'm going to do the rest of my body with it. Okay. There were people on the road that weren't going past. They were standing there outside the tent. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. Oh, should I turn the lights on above me? Are we at that point in time? You're on 62%. Hold on. Let me look at the where am I for power? 74%. Okay. I'll turn the fairy lights on. Is this bright enough? When I turned it on and put it on this setting, there was still a little bit of daylight, wasn't there? We're now just entering dusk. Is that a planet still? Hold on. The other week we had two, didn't we? We had a conjunction. We had two planets. Was it Jupiter and Venus? Oh, you can't. Whoa! I nearly dropped it. Hold on, folks. You can just about see it there. Look. There's a brightness. Oh, fuck! I almost turned the phone off. Is that just the first star, or is that a planet? I don't see anything else yet. A little bit orangey over there. It's not quite a sunset, but I don't know. That's to the west. Quite high in the sky though. If it was Venus, it'd usually be a little bit lower. Are you anywhere near those awful fires? I'm not sure where the fires are. I did see, because some people died, didn't they? 4 Brits and 7 or 8 other people. I don't know where that is. I'll have a look in a minute. I don't think I'm anywhere near. We had... Well, I've got to work out how to hold the camera to turn it back to me. I'm gonna leave that like just so that I get extra time out of the lamp. But I am gonna reach back here. Oh, I can't. Tina, girl. Hey, babe. Can I just move you out from under my chair, sweetheart? Oi. Hey, I don't want to... Oh, no, the back legs didn't move back. The front legs did. The chair's collapsing on me. Tina, girl. Get out the way, sweet. Oh, I'm gonna do what I said before. Hold on. Hey, I'm gonna move this. It's fucking heavy, but I'm gonna move it. Oh fuck! Forwards a bit. Oh no. Okay, let me move it back and move this stone out the fucking way. Got a flat base to stand on. Oh. Bloody hell, that's heavy. Okay. There you go, babe. Hold on. Can I dance around? No, I'll have to go around. Hold on. Oh, God. Hey. Oh. Is that... You're out the way. Okay, folks. Is that better or worse? I'm not sure. Having the light behind me might make me more silhouette. I'm not sure if that's better or worse. We'll have to suck it and see. There's the bishop's up to the actress. No. Almeria. I've got no... My knowledge of Spanish geography. Anyway, those awful Almeria. It doesn't sound like anywhere near. There was last year, wasn't it? There was mass forest fires up. Was it Cantabria or the other one? Where's Barcelona? What's the region? Not Basque country. No, the other one. There was fires way up north, and I woke up one morning with my nostrils burning, smoke. I got up and I'm looking around the tent, and then I came outside, and it was still dark, so I couldn't really tell the smokiness. But as Catalonia, indeed it was. That was last year, and as day broke, like half an hour later, I think I did a video. The sun was red in the sky, like not orange. It was like a greyy red through the clouds, through the smoke. And this smoke's from hundreds of miles away. Yeah. So somehow the combination of massive forest fires way up north, but the atmospherics kept the smoke low on the ground, didn't let it rise up too far. And yeah, the whole of Torrevieja, I thought, I was waiting to hear fire engines. I thought something must be, I thought it must be a big fire in town. I was waiting for sirens. I went on Twitter and asked, like, what is it? And someone said, oh, it's forest fires, like hundreds of miles away. Yeah, Catalonia, it was indeed. Planet Old Tower, Torrevieja. Bright enough right now, says Frank. I don't know whether the lights behind me helps or makes it worse. Tina, no. Quiet. Leave the people alone. Hey, they're not hurting us. It's not a problem. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Come here, look, you see, when you're uncertain, I can reach you now and give you a little cuddle. You see? That's why I moved you here. I know you don't always like it when I'm dragging you around and moving you from one place to another. You can't move yourself, can you? Well, not when I want you to. Oh. What is this one? Sacar esquina, corner kick. Sacar's that word. Sacar linea and sacar esquina. Interesting, they have two words for corners in Spain. Not football, but a corner in general. Can I remember the other one? Probably not. Rincon and esquina. Because they have the same word for in and on. So if you want to say something's in the corner or on the corner, well, the in and the on is the same word. So therefore you need a different word for corner depending on context. If it's in a corner, that's en rincon. And if it's on a corner, it's the other one, esquina. On the corner and in the corner. Just because in and on are the same word, why not just change words for in and on? I don't get it. Strikes me as utterly perverse. In the corner pocket. There we go. Okay, folks. Where are we for time? Okay, I thought some people would be arriving as we hit the 10 o'clock mark, the more usual start time, because I started an hour early because of the lamp situation. I know, Fama. You've always hated that lamp. You don't really hate it, but it does have a tendency. Inside, when I'm balancing it on 3 beer cans, which I can't do in summer because the beer goes warm before I get to it. That's something that's changed. I don't know if you can hear that. When I first moved to Spain, they never used the word corner. 10 years ago, you didn't hear the word corner. Now they do. They've adopted some English words in the last 10 years or so. Or maybe just increased the usage of them. Okay. What was I gonna? There was something. Oh, I was going to talk about solar panels. I had a quick look around the field before I put the light on, I think, and had a look around the field. No, I don't think I needed the light. But my mate Ismo, I don't know whether this is him being generous or I don't know if there was some confusion. I was talking with him, and I was saying about how my solar panels have kind of how the performance has dropped off. I typically most of the day I get like 35 from one panel and 35 watts from one and 45 from the other, and these are supposedly 100-watt panels. I've had them 4 months, maybe 5 at a push, I'm not sure, and he's gone ahead. He sent me some pictures of a like some delivery not delivery, but the shipping, like the different stages of shipping of something. And I said, well, what is it? Solar panels. Oh, solar panel. And I said, oh, I said to him, you should get like an eco flow and a solar panel if there's a power cut. So I thought he'd bought himself a solar panel. It looks like he's bought it for me, or at least for me to test. I'm not sure. I don't know. Communication sometimes. I don't know if you're out there, Ismo. Maybe you'll watch this later. He goes to bed early. But it looks like he's bought a solar panel, potentially for me, or at least for me to test or use. I'm not sure. I've got no details. I don't know the spec. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if he's got the right connections. But if he has, I'll have to daisy chain. I'll have to put these two in series. Because I've only got 2 cables for going in. So if I join the 2 together, connect the positive of one to the negative of the other, or vice versa. So that I only use 1 cable for those 2 panels, and then that frees up a cable for the new panel. I've also got to work out where I'm going to stand it and what I'm going to do with it. I don't know if he's bought a solid one or a flexible one. I got no clue. But I was saying to him, you should buy one, meaning for himself. And I'm not sure if he's misunderstood me or if he's just been a really generous friend or what. But Farmer says I'm in the corner pocket. Yeah. Okay, folks, do say hello if you're out there. If you're a lurker, do come and introduce yourself. Say hi. I don't bite. I can't bite. No teeth. Tramp in a field. What can I say? Literally no teeth. I could put my falsies in and bite. If I can dig out the glue. Fix-a-dent or dent... what's it called over here? They don't call it Fix-a-dent. It's the same, it is the same stuff, same brand, but different name. Too long ago, I don't remember. I put my teeth in for a joke one night, like without any of the gunk, without the glue. I have very little ridge, so they don't stick in without a load of the... I can't remember what it's called. I can picture the tube. It's white with a blue stripe, a thick blue stripe, and then it says the name. And it's dent or something or other. No idea. Let me check whether... The last time I did this, I broke chat. Just in case chat froze. It has froze. Look, I've missed... Oh, look at this. Okay, the last one I saw was I'm in the corner pocket. Off here for a while, see you all later, says Marie. See you later. I don't know how long ago that was. Only 4 minutes ago, I think. 4 or 5. See you later, Marie. Are you at work? Rob B, hello mate. I stopped by yours earlier. I'll say hello going out to get a few beers before shop shuts. You do right. Down the offie. Is it the offie or is it a supermarket? Better deal in a supermarket, but sometimes you just got to spend what you got to spend. It's like that one day we had a really hot day. I went to the Chino Bazaar and they weren't accepting cards. I went to the supermarket. They weren't accepting cards. I ended up having to pay 50% extra in the garage. Petrol station. I say having to. That sounds a bit desperate, doesn't it? That sounds a bit alky. But it was a really hot day and I just, a cold drink in the afternoon or evening. I know. Here I am asking for money from you and then pissing it up against the wall. Bah, it does get too thick and syrupy towards the bottom. Let me see if I can't swap drinks out. Second cold cup of coffee. I shouldn't call it a cold cup of coffee. Second iced, you call it an iced coffee? It was made with iced water, with cold, very cold water. Not quite ice, but not far off. I try and run my fridge at -3, but through the day it can't do it. It's burning 70 watts or 75 watts, and it's not getting below 0 at the peak of the heat. The EcoFlows were reporting 43 degrees in that corner of the tent, and that's at ground level, folks. So my fridge is trying to draw in cool air to do the, you know, heat dissipation thing. But folks, Rob B here. Check out Rob B's channel. What is it? 80s and 90s hardcore kind of classics. He hasn't put out that many recently, but I think it was a 40 minute. He did the mixing, scratching. He messes with the turntables and all that. It's quite fun, and you got to match the beat of one record. Can you still call them records? One disc with the beat of something from another, and turn up the volume, switch between the two, and mess with volumes and switch between them. Either piss about with volumes or piss about with switching between this one and that one. I know nothing about it, but I quite like listening to it. It's not necessarily what I would have listened to back in the day, but yeah, no, I like it. So check out Rob B if you like that kind of thing. You like Estrella beer? I don't really do brands because tramping a field, but yeah, I'm sure all the brands are nice. People sometimes bring me Estrella, or the other ones that I can't remember the name of right now. Name Spanish beers, and I'll tell you whether people bring me them sometimes. I'm happy enough with the supermarket's cheapest kind of. They're not quite their own brands, but they appear to be. I think they have exclusive deals. Technically, they're brewed by other breweries, some of them in Belgium and stuff. But you only see like Steinberg. You only see in Mercadona. What am I on at the minute? Emdbrouw. I think I see Emdbrouw in the Chino Bazaar here, but I think it's also in. I think it's Consume. I think he just buys them in Consume. I think he just goes and buys half a pallet load down the supermarket. Which is why they have to be that little bit more expensive than everywhere else. That was a good attempt by Spain. GTA 6, I'm about 10 minutes drive from you. Very warm. It is indeed. I think I said before, tonight is one of those what's technically called a torrid night, where it's not going to drop below 25 at any point in the night. Currently, I think, was it 28 when I last looked? Oh yeah. I'm looking around for my tablet. I've got the football on just down there. I was looking for where the fuck's my tablet? If I scroll here, hold on. If I do this without losing you, tomorrow's going to be 28. Okay, they did say it was going to get a little bit cooler, but I haven't got a current temperature on here without exiting the stream. So I don't know. GTA 6. Is this my first time seeing you, my friend? I don't recognise the handle. It's possible that you were here before when YouTube used to use the long handle instead of the short handle. I'm not sure. Josie, hello, hello. Hi, Mike, Karen, Marie, and Fama, and all the other ones. Yeah. Indeed, hello to all of them. The Pizza House. Hello, Josie. Everybody say hello to Josie. The Pizza House. Where did that come from? Fama. PTA. Farmer asks, hello Josie, how goes it? How you doing? Hard go tonight, thanks for the heads up. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can read this one without fluffing my lines this time. I only had one little fluff, a little hesitation last time. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing, folks, if you haven't already. Thumbs ups are always appreciated. I like to try and get to 20. Son's been using the account. Used to be Dan Rod. Okay, mate. Lowenbrow, the Pizza House. Lowenbrow. Lowenbrow. Emmed Brow. All the brows. I assume that brow is brew in German or Germanic languages. Did some stuff in boxing again. Oh, box. Okay. That's the thing. What's left to do? Next week to Quesada, is it? Are you're coming over this soon? I thought it's September. Or is this a like a holiday, a flying visit before the full move? Quesada burritos or quesadillas. No, Quesada's a city over here. I think it's named after a person. It's not your quesadilla or queso. Funny how in America or North America, I don't know if it's Canada as well, but queso is a brand of some kind of spreadable cheese or whatever. Whereas in Spanish, it literally is just the word for cheese. Seems a little bit rude to hijack another language's word for cheese and turn it into a brand. We're going to be 12 days there from Wednesday until the 27th. Okay. And the full move is later on. Okay. What did I miss? Okay, good save. Does anybody remember when goalkeepers used to catch the ball? Oh, I think that one got him in the nads. Yeah, it did. Is that the one we just had, or is that a replay from earlier? Oh, goalkeeper's down. He's off for treatment. Needs the ice pack. Uh-oh. Oh, is this, they're taking the water break, are they? Okay, he might not need treatment. Or he'll probably get treatment while he's off. I don't know whether that was a pause. Yeah, this is the hydration pause. Basically, they're turning it into American football, aren't they, with 4 quarters? That's what they're trying to do. And that allows the Americans to put their adverts on in between. Again, turning it into American football. It's only a matter of time when every throw-in or corner kick will have, you know, they'll have to pause for a couple of minutes while they go off for a quick advert break. You can see it coming. I'm trying to make people hungry. I know it's a place, but also a food. Okay. They pay them too much. It's a business, isn't it? If they draw in the crowds and the TV and the sponsorships, they'll refuse to do it. They'll refuse to play if you don't pay them their fair share of the income. I mean, It's a bizarre world where we end up with people kicking a ball around being worth millions. I mean, some of them are paid a fraction of a million, like a large fraction of a million per week. I don't think, do any footballers get like more than 52 million a year? Is anybody on a million a million a week? I don't think so. I'm not sure. But it reflects the size of the audience. It's economics. I just had a flash in the sky and okay, it's a firework. Must be about a mile away given the pause between. There was a good 4, maybe 5 seconds between. It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. You're okay. We're all okay. Nothing can hurt you when you're with me, okay? Nothing's ever hurt you when you've been with me. Actually, there was one time a dog attacked her, but I got it good. I got it good. I got it off her. Spanish, they love the fireworks. They're keepers, I mean, yeah, but boys getting 250,000 a game, yeah. You think the keepers get paid too much? I don't know. They're kind of fairly important in the game, aren't they? But back in the day, they used to catch the ball all the time. Ray Clemens and Peter Shilton. I shouldn't say Peter. Peter Shilton. They used to catch every ball that came anywhere near. Someone just shouted, I'm on a 13-second delay. Does that mean that Spain have just scored? Oh, I'm on a 35-second delay now. Oh no, it missed. Why? Volver al director. Return to live. And the button doesn't do... Okay, it is doing something. It's going to take me for fucking ad... Here we go. You want to go live, you're just going to have to watch 3 adverts of 15 seconds each minimum. Fuck. You're in the middle of watching something live. And you get this shit. Oh, the next one's 20 seconds. Of course it is. The boys, yeah, he took one to the boys. Give them a basic pay, then more if they play well, catching balls and so on. Not a long time. Missing a minute in the middle of a World Cup game, and I'm already minus 15 again. I'll know whether someone scored by whether I hear 5 shouts from over there. This one guy got excited. He must have thought it was going to be a goal, but it missed. Where are we for time? 72 minutes in. If they're not playing... Hold on. If they're not playing, it's going to be a guaranteed commercial, Mike, until they're playing again. I think play was ongoing. It's just that I clicked to go live to catch up, and because I was 35 or 40 seconds behind, whatever I was, which is too much. Saca de puerta. Goal kick. There's another one. Puerta and Puerto and stuff. Port, door, goal. Basically any opening. You can't, in Spanish, you can't distinguish between a garden gate and a front door. They're all just puerta. I don't fucking know. Oh, he fucked it. tripped up over the ball almost. Okay, folks, where are we? We're an hour and a half in, I think, unless I've had a I don't think I've had a glitch yet. That's a firework. It's okay, Tina girl. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, babe. It's okay. Hey. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. It's okay, babe. No, stay here with me. Look, if you stay here with me, I can cuddle. Okay? If you run away, I can't help. Okay? Stay with Daddy. You're alright, You're alright, darling. I know you don't like it. I know you don't like it. I'll try and react faster next time. One like you. I can't check that out, can I? Hey, babe. Hey, babe, you're okay. Tina's okay. We've got quite a few clouds gathering. Still only that one star, which I still think is probably a planet. About 30 degrees from the horizon. Almost directly west, I would say. Anyone check that for me? I think Venus is usually lower, but I said that the last time and it was... Is that a... Don't know. Might be smoke, says Farmer. No. No. I'm pretty sure it's clouds condensing as it kind of cools at night a little bit. Which way is the wind coming from? North? Maybe northwest? Or is it? No, is it on my back? Is it coming from the south? The way it swirls around in this field, you can have it both in your face and on your back. Where's the flags? I can't see any flags from here. Not sure, folks. Tomorrow night you can see the moon and Mars together. Okay. Well, Mars won't have moved too far in one night. So is this Mars that I'm looking at in the west? I guess it depends what time the moon rises. It's not here yet tonight. I don't know. Venus is low. Well, it happens sometimes. Well, no, Venus, not... I see what you did. That's not what you're talking about. Indeed not. Ooh. I haven't watched much of this match ever. I've just got it on. It looks orange. What does? Mars or the moon or me? I'm pink, despite doing my best to stay out of the bloody sun. Despite trying to stay out in the sun. I'm not burning at the minute. I haven't been sat out. I guess I sat out with this mo. I don't know what day that was, Monday or Tuesday. I sat out for an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Oh, my hair is so... It's not even greasy, it's sweat. It's like Brill cream, it's like stuck to my head. Like I was saying earlier, I've got this... Ryan, who lives in Valencia, bought me a... it's like a pump that you put into the bowl of water, and then there's a pipe and a shower head. So you charge it from USB, put a stopper in to make the ports waterproof. Then you put the thing in the water and turn it on, and it gives you the shower head so I can wash my hair. But after I've done that, I'm gonna wash the rest of me. I'm just not sure. I need to have a bit of an audit and count up how much water I've got left, because it's not much, and I'm going through 2 or 3 bottles. 2 or 3 1.5 litre bottles a day. and my small washing up bowl being broken, I'm not sure that I can start filling the big washing up bowl. So we'll have to see. I'm not sure. Zombie moon. Mars. Yeah, Mars looks orange. Yeah. Well, it's often described as the red planet. Yeah. Oh, now I've got clouds over there, so I can't see. What's going on? I've got lights flashing on the bushes. Yesterday there was a big RV, a big camper van parked at the top of the track, and I think he got moved on in the middle of the night. All day yesterday, every 2 or 3 hours, he'd turn the engine on, and it had a slipping fan belt kind of thing. It had that squeaking noise. Fucking annoying. He was turning it on every couple of hours to top up the batteries or to run. I don't know if he's got a built-in inverter. I think they do have, don't they? To charge. So RVs, typically they have the one battery for the engine, and then they'll have one for the, well, maybe even a battery bank for whatever's going on inside the caravan part, the accommodation part. Not sure how it all works. For washing your hair, you can use seawater too. I could, but that means climbing down a cliff. Climbing down a cliff and climbing back up it carrying water. Joby used to do it, but it also means me leaving Tina alone for about 15 minutes, which she doesn't like and I don't like. It also doesn't lather properly. You don't get a proper soap suds. Yeah, it's an option. It's an option. Keith arrives and goes all politics straight away. Hold on, let's have a quick look. Mr. Andy Burnham, MP, House of Commons, London SW14 0AA. The address to send your message as follows. I solemnly and publicly promise that I will not install the government code on my phone. What government code? Are you talking like ID, the national identity thing, electronic ID? Yeah, I'm not installing that anyway. Any website I go to that suddenly wants like age verification and stuff, VPN gets turned on and I'm in Bolivia or Ecuador or somewhere, then they tend to leave you alone. Some soap necessary. I've got the shampoos. I've got washing up liquid, dish detergent as well. I'm not bothered what I use. Detergent's detergent. I'm not bothered which one. I used to wash my hair with dishwashing liquid. I used to wash my clothes with dishwashing liquid. It's all the same. As long as it's a detergent and a surfactant, it'll do the job. They're pretty much all the same. Different perfumes or other stuff added. I'm too manly to bother about, to be fussy about which is which. Sign of Nature says morning. I don't think we're quite there yet. 22:45 here. Farmer will be, what is he, 7 or 8 hours behind us. Still afternoon, isn't it? He will have started the engine for aircon. Yeah, I mean, if he's running his aircon off his battery bank and inverters, he'll need to top it up every now and again. I don't mind that. It was the squeaky bloody fan belt for an hour at a time. But like I said, suddenly there were flashing lights at the top of the road, and, and then then he was there no more. You know how the Spanish police are. There used to be camper vans parked on the cliff tops up on the other side of the little bay here, and as soon as COVID arrived, these signs went up saying no vehicles beyond this point, and now everyone ignores that, and all day long there's like 20 or 30 vehicles parked over there. Let me move the glasses so I can see. At night time, not so much. It drops to 3 or 4 until prostitute time, when the guys start pulling up, either prostitutes or dogging, whichever it is. When guys start pulling up after midnight off on the cliff tops, I get them down here. They come. The ones that amaze me are the ones that come halfway down the road and stop. It's a fucking single track lane. Like not single track, not single each way. There's one track. But at 1 and 2 in the morning, they'll just stop in the middle of the fucking road, and you'll hear the noises. And sometimes you don't hear the noise. Sometimes they'll just put the radio on really loud. Well, I don't know if it's a radio or a CD or whatever, or whatever the modern equivalent is, the MP3 player or whatever. And very rarely do you get one of the locals trying to get past or peeping them out of the fucking that. I don't remember the last time that happened in the middle of the night. And yet there is fairly regular traffic up and down the lane. Just not when people have pulled in. For a while, people started pulling in some advertising hoardings off the side, set quite a way back. People used to pull in under the advertising hoardings. But I think the advertising people have put some stones there, some big like rocks, to dissuade that behaviour. There was also a fly tipping spot as well for a while. What do we got? 4 minutes of normal time to go. Spain are on the attack, and it looks... Oh, he went wrong there. If he jinked right, he could have got a crossing. He went left and into 3 defenders. How far back am I? Still only 14 or 15 seconds behind. No, it's bad. Where are my folks? Start the engine for aircon. A bucket with a rope. A bucket with a rope. Oh, for lifting water out of the sea. It has to be one of the water bottles. No, it's not a cliff. It's not a steep cliff. I can't just. No, it's kind of walkable. Ish. Is that a goal? Everyone's cheering. This must be a goal. I'm 13 or 14 seconds behind. There it is. Now we wait for VAR to check it. See whether there was a foul anywhere. Someone else is watching it on a delay. They've only just cheered. Sorry. No. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, babe. It's okay, Tina. It's okay, sweetie. No, stay here with Daddy. Stay. Hey. Stay with me. Stay. You're okay. Tina. I know you don't like it, babe. I I know you don't like it. Another one. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. Now you're shaking, aren't you? Now you're shaking. It's okay. It's okay, babe. Has it been confirmed good yet? I was distracted. Cops, okay. Here we go, babe. You're okay. You calm down. You still shaking? You're still shaking a little bit. Okay, the goal was good. And that'll add a minute of not extra time. What do they call it now? Stoppage time. See, even the terminology changes, doesn't it? I was saying the other day, maybe a week ago, about I'm still not used to the change in the rule for picking the ball up, which must have been 30 years ago. Because when I was a kid and we played football in the field, the goalie could just pick the ball up. It didn't matter who passed it to him. Now you have to worry about whether it came from your team and whether it was a deliberate back pass or just bounced off someone. Okay, where am I, folks? I'm probably behind. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't continuous. It was only every 2 or 3 hours, but he was here most of the day, or basically all day into the night. But then there was, like just now, there was a... See, the police, some of them just have the blue lights on all the time. Not flashing, but just on blue. And there was a blue light on my tent. And then he powered up and fucked off. They move them on, and all they do is they go and find somewhere. There's a place halfway down the hill towards the Matter, and then you turn right and there's like a load of car parking spaces, and there's always camper vans parked there in those spots, basically on the edge of the beach. Just there's the beach, there's a small road, 2 lanes, and then there's it's not really a car park, but it's car parking lanes with marked spaces. There's always, so they move them from visible places and off to, they just move out of the way, less visible. But the whole of Europe is turning against RVs, and they have weird rules. Like, it's okay to park your RV on the road if you're not in it, but as soon as you like put some steps outside or open the door, you're now not normally parked, you're now camping, and then they harass you and move you on. And it's not just Spain. I think I read that Holland and Belgium had pretty strong rules. Britain is starting to bring in laws that mean you're only in most places. I don't think it's a law like nationwide, but I think they're giving local authorities the power to say, within our zone, within our area, you can only use official camping sites, official campsites. You can't just park your RV on the road or in a car park and live in it, even just overnight or whatever. Which is weird, because if you're doing a long drive, you can find a parking spot, a parking lane, and just pull over and kind of rest your eyes, as it were, have a nap for a few hours. So that's allowed. But if you're in an RV, it's not allowed. Or it won't be. I don't know if these laws have passed, but the world is turning against them. Sign of Nature thinks Belgium will win. Yeah, okay, you're 3 minutes into 7 minutes of stoppage time. So they're going to need a goal in the next 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Maybe there'll be another minute of stoppage time during stoppage time. You need 1 to take it to extra time, and then either 1 to win or penalties. I think you're just a contrarian, Keith. Or maybe that was 10 minutes ago before the second goal, I don't know. Head and Shoulders is just soap, nothing else, and gets hair clean. If he plugs the aircon into the converter, it won't last long. Ideally, it needs a normal power supply. Karen was predicting the lad on nearly 10 minutes. It was 7, but okay. And okay, so Keith's prediction was before the goal. Okay. I'm behind, folks. As usual. If Spain win, get ready for a commotion. Yeah, there'll be fireworks and there'll be cars driving up and down with 3 or 4 people in, just pipping the fucking horn. How far behind am I? How did I get here? How much have I been prattling on? Or was I just watching the football? Is that 97? It'll be 97. It's injury time, not extra time. If that's what you were asking. Goal. Okay, there was the goal. If Spain hadn't got rid of most of the campsites, there wouldn't be a problem. Some people won't pay. That's their big issue about RVs, camper vans, whatever you want to call them, is that the people come along with their camper van fully loaded up with food and drink and, you know, and then they pull out a deck chair and just sit in the sun all day. They don't necessarily go out for meals in the restaurants and bars. A lot of them don't even go to the supermarkets because they've come fully laden. Or maybe they will just go and buy stuff at a supermarket, but that's the extent of their interaction with the local economy. So the complaint is that they don't add anything to the local economy. They don't contribute. And a lot of them, and I used to see this, when I say on the cliff tops at the other side, on these 2 bays, there's 2 bays one after the other, when they would pull away, they'd just leave a trash bag on the ground next to where they've been parked. They didn't even carry it up to where the bin is. They just leave a rubbish bag. And dogs, cats, rats. It was like, here you go, bin men, you come and get it. And what about what do they call it, black water or brown water? The toilet tank. Where are they emptying these things? Hey babe. Hey babe. Again, I'm a few seconds behind. Has it ended? No, I think that was just someone premature with the fireworks. Oh, well, that was a bad kick. It's okay, babe, it's okay. You're trying to work your way behind me and I want you with me. It's going to get nasty. Okay? You're going to need your daddy. Must be about done. There it is. Okay. So what we got so far? Spain and France through. Do they play each other in the next in the semi then? I think that's what he was just saying. Spain and France. España y Francia. And so it begins. All the shouting, fireworks. When he said extra time, yeah, it's probably me with the terminology wrong. Or maybe I was answering someone else's question about extra time. Bailiffs' companies are dormant, so all enforcement is fraud. Why are they dormant? Sign these laws, though, are in laws, a country, unless you're being falsely accused. Fuck. Here we go. That's one of those volleys, isn't it? You get the fucking polystyrene tube with about 20 fireworks in and set them all off at once. Can you hear it? We got horns, fireworks. How quickly can they jump in their cars and start driving around? Sorry I'm off screen, folks. I've had to hook my hand into Tina's collar just to try and keep hold of her a little bit. I'm gonna up the brightness a bit if I can see where. Is that it? Oh, that's too much. Well, I think I had it on the lowest setting to begin with. It's okay, Tina girl. Black water is toilet water, grey water is shower, kitchen sink, etc. Yeah, but these guys, they're not necessarily driving off to an official place to empty their black water. I mean, the grey water you can probably just ditch on the ground wherever, through a hose or whatever. But are the others, are they obeying the rules for the other stuff? Spain win fireworks. We are there with the final. Oh shit! Then we are there with the final finale. Yeah, it's over. Those are mortar fireworks. Yeah, you get like that. Look, you buy a block and you just light one fuse and they all just go off one after the other. Hey babe. Hey babe. No. Hey. Hey. Come on. Don't make me pick you up and move you. It's okay. I know you don't like it. I know. I got you. Josie hopes that Spain beat France. Okay. I haven't really got a preference. I'm quite neutral on most of this. The England games, obviously I'm going to want England to win. Like Eddie emptying the shitter. Eddie. I need context. Eddie what? Eddie who? Eddie where? Tina girl, stay where you are. Okay? Stay. I can hold you and reassure you, okay? Nothing ever hurts you while you're with your daddy. Except sometimes your daddy when he stands on your paws by accident. Okay, so we're 2 hours in, folks. For any lurkers, I guess I'll do the intro again, yeah? The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Here is my glamorous co-star, who is bricking herself a little bit because fireworks at the minute. But here's Tina. Hey Tina, can we get a proper shot of you, darling? Can we get you on camera? Hey babe. Hey babe. I know you don't like the light. I know. You're dribbling. Okay. Oh fuck. More big bangs. Retards. Cousin Eddie. Oh, Christmas. It's forever since I've watched that. I don't remember the specifics. Wednesday morning, 7:40. Your plane lands. Okay. Wednesday morning. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Now, I did just start my intro, didn't I? I covered the Delta Mike and my glamorous assistant, Tina. It's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some, the other side of the Atlantic mainly, would say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Once upon a time, literally just in the field with a bedroll. Nowadays, in a broken, tumble-down tent. In a field, just hoping that it doesn't rain heavily during summer. I do have one tarp to the top. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Population, if you take the larger kind of surrounding area, I've heard figures of around 125,000, maybe 150,000 people. Depends how you define the surrounding region. It does take in a few kind of surrounding towns and villages, I think, like La Mata and some of the other places. Definitions vary. Este directo ha finalizado. This live broadcast has finished. Okay, close. Now I can answer the other question that I wanted to know earlier, the current temperature. Still 27 degrees. 27 feels like 30. I just updated. It said feels like 30. It now says feels like 31 again. It got warmer again, folks. Or at least it feels warmer. Would you believe that's the daily high temperature? At 11 o'clock at night. That's today's high temperature. Joint with most of the rest of the day. Basically it hasn't dropped yet. I'm just going to look up the definition of a torrid night. See whether I've got the right word. Double R, yeah? Torrid night. A torrid night refers to an oppressively hot, sweltering night where the temperature remains exceptionally high. In fucking hell, put your teeth in. Meteorology, I can say it. I do have the words, all the words. It's an extension of a tropical night. Yeah, a tropical night is where the temperature doesn't drop below 20. And torrid is where it's 25 or above. Is the last time I checked the definition. It doesn't say that explicitly here. But it does say it's an extension of tropical nights where the temperature is 20 to 25. So yeah, I think this is the first one. I've seen a few where it's been close and then it drops just a degree below at the end of the night, like at 6 or 7 in the morning. But this one, the weather forecast says not. Back in about an hour if you're still here. I've only been going for 2. My target is usually 4, unless everyone deserts me and I lose my audience. Gonna make myself a pizza later. Okay, Josie, catch you later. Think above PayPal. Don't be pressuring people. It is pinned. I say there you can support the channel, no pressure. Josie and Karen are both great supporters of the channel. I just read the meatloaf backwards is here. Yeah, did you hear? We got the car horns now. Look, people have had 10 minutes to jump in their cars and start driving around. Now here they all go. The road is suddenly packed. No traffic most of the night, and now it's continuous traffic. Windows open, shouting and pipping horns. They do enjoy the football, don't they? I didn't see 30 Celsius in Ireland, but now, or through the day, 30 is crazy though, isn't it? When you think that Britain and Ireland, of the geographic British Isles, have been hotter than parts of Spain. 2 or 3 separate heat waves, isn't it, so far this year, this summer? It's crazy. And I get away with it lightly here. Parts of Spain have been 40 and 45 degrees at times, but coastal, Mediterranean, big body of water keeps things more stable. You get less It's that thermal mass thing, isn't it? It takes longer to get warm in spring. It doesn't get too hot in summer, but it's slower to cool down come autumn, winter. It's okay, bro. It's okay. So yeah, and you get a coastal breeze as well. World on fire, says Farmer. I did put my PayPal away because lots of problems. I'll bring him cash money. Oof, you don't have to. You've been more than helpful over the months stroke years as it is now, I guess. Oh, the link is a song, okay. The link above PayPal is for you, I got you. Not pressuring, try to direct them to the song. Okay, I'm sorry, mate. I misunderstood. Meatloaf backwards. Be careful with your campfire, Mike. I don't have one. They don't let me have one. But I have a gas ring if I want one. Nick C, have you got an England flag for 2 seconds? 3, 2, 1. It says you're live. Nick C was asking, where's it gone? It's jumped. Have you got an England flag for tomorrow? I do not. I've no idea how much such a thing would cost. I've also got no idea where I would hang one from. I guess I could peg it to the side of the tent, to the far end of the tent where it would be more visible. That might bring me more trouble though. I might get the kids being yobbish. I don't know. I don't know how much one would cost. I don't know where I would get one. Maybe, do you think maybe if at the Chino Bazaar? What do you think the quality would be like? I'm afraid I don't. I can give you an Irish one. Cheers to that. No real objection. Got a lot of Irish friends. Got a lot of Irish supporters. My friend Tom and my friend Anthony are the two obvious ones that come here and help me when they're in the country. Probably others. Just don't come to mind immediately. If you're here and you're Irish, whether you're in the Republic or in the North, give me a shout. Let me know. Refresh my memory. I don't think England flag is going to be popular in Spain. A lot of people will fly 2 flags from masts or from their balconies and things. Someone told me once that there was a law that if you flew another country's flag, you had to fly the Spanish one as well. Now you do see that a lot. Someone else once told me that you had to have the Spanish one had to either be the first. If you got 2 on the one flag on the one mast, Spanish had to be first. Someone else told me the Spanish one had to be bigger. I got no idea how much of this is true or just kind of urban legend or you know, you hear a lot of bogus legal advice, don't you? But you do see a lot of people. There's an apartment at the top that flies a Finnish flag. They have a Spanish one as well. Spanish one for balance, yeah. Farmer went to Ireland on a rugby tour when he was playing. It was truly fantastic. Was it you that was in Ireland and had was it Lancashire hot pot or shepherd's pie? Was that you? I think that was you. Someone told me a tale about being on a rugby tour and having a lamb-based meal. 2 different variations of the same thing, aren't they, really? One has sliced potato as the topping and one has mashed potato. Oh, I just gotta just adjust the undercarriage from the outside, don't worry, not delving in. I had the blood pudding, black pudding with your blood pudding, black pudding. I believe in Ireland they have a preference for the white pudding, which has, I think that uses more fat and no blood or less blood. I think no blood. It's similar. It's all pig offal, I guess. Is that the word? Is fat classed as offal? Fat, and then you mix it with oats, typically, but you can use other grains. In Spain, they mix it with rice. They have morchella. I'm not sure. I never remember the O's and A's for the masculine and feminine endings. Morchella is a black pudding made with the pig's blood, fat, and rice rather than oats or other grains. And then they basically just carry us for the flavour. It's down to how much pepper or paprika or whatever else you put in. Well, I was at a home because we were billeted with players, and one house used coal to heat water in the coal fireplace. Oh, a back boiler. I guess had tubes in the fireplace so you could have a shower. Yeah, there's two main ways of doing that. There's an old-fashioned way where it's a sealed system, or fairly sealed, and as you heat the water, the hot water rises. Imagine like a double tube, like a circular tube. Well, not circular because it goes up to the top and back down. Heats it, the hot water rises, pushes the cold water down, and that gets heated, and then that can be used either for like a central heating for radiators or whatever, or into a hot water tank and then showers and things. Or more modern ones, it's a pump rather than this gravity-fed thing. But yeah, back boilers, and often, depending on how old the thing was, you'd have an oven set into the fireplace. Sometimes a double oven. My Auntie Mary had a big, like basically an Aga built into the fireplace. Next to the, so you'd fire to the left and the oven to the right, and a back boiler behind the fireplace to heat water. Yeah. I'm Irish, said Meatloaf. I think we gathered. But thank you for clarifying. Guinness, my God, Guinness in Ireland was delicious. The crap they sell here doesn't compare. It doesn't travel well, and I think different waters in different countries, if it's brewed on under license, yeah. I want a fry up now. I haven't had one for ages. So the term fry up confuses people sometimes. So fry up can be used just to mean like a full breakfast, but it can also mean just a more meaty meal with steaks and pork and lamb chops and things. Just a plate full of all the different meats. Maybe with some onions and stuff. But so yeah, it can just mean like a full English, Irish, Scottish breakfast. Or it can just mean a meat-based feast. Let me finish this can of beer, folks. I've been drinking this from about an hour before I started the stream. We're now 2 hours 20 minutes in, are we? We are. And I've still got about this much, but it is really quite warm, the beer. Warm beer is nicer than hot beer, which is what I end up with in my bedroom at the far end of the tent that way, the north end, which you would think would be the cooler end. But if I've got a can of beer like late afternoon, I'll put these sci-fi, these silly AI sci-fi stories on just as background noise, and I'll try and have a nap if Tina will avoid barking for an hour every time anybody walks past. And I'll try and get a little nap. Let's say that I've had the can of beer for 30 minutes, 40 minutes already, and then I fall asleep for an hour. And it's so hot, and I'm covered in sweat, and the bed's wet, and the pillow is wet through and hot, and I reach for the can of beer for a nice refreshing drink, and it's not just tepid, it's not just warm, it's hot, fucking vile. But waste not, want not. It's not like I can put an open can of beer back in the fridge, is it? Not in a chest freezer type fridge. Yeah, this is getting quite warm though, so I do want to. Is this getting brighter? Can I turn this back down a bit? Is that the lowest? Top, medium, low. Is that enough? It's kind of blinding me a bit. Lower will make the lamp last longer as well, obviously. Here we go, we got motorbikes doing the pip 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 now, and cars. Kids out on the street cheering at any cars. I don't know if they're on the street or on balconies. Cheering cars to make them pip. Okay folks, give me a minute. I don't think I need the glue or anything. I just need to make sure my dog's not under my chair, and she is. Hey babe. Hey babe. Tina? Are you... Your head's in the way, darling. I just want to move you... Sorry babe, I know you don't like it. I need to just scooch back, okay? That's all. I just needed to scooch back. Give me 1 minute folks. Less, but I've got to put this... Oh, I've got to stretch my legs, pull the trousers out the crack of my... Well, out of my crack, and dance around the dog. Oh! Okay. Dance around the dog. Oh, one of my solar panels is putting in. What would that be? Oh, and it cracks and creaks. Broken another fucking connection. Alright. How do I get around you the best way possible here? I think I've got to come this side and step over you as long as you don't panic. That's it. Trust your daddy. There we go folks. Oh, I'm back. One of my solar panels fell over, and as I picked it up there was a little bit of a cracky creaky noise, so I probably just broke another internal connection. Not a fan of these flexible panels. They're probably great if you buy one and kind of fix it somewhere, you know, but if you're looking for it to be kind of mobile, to be portable, I guess is a better word, to move, face this way and then turn it that way and then move it across the field and bring it back, flexible, no. Unless you can fix it to a wooden backing first. Fix it to some hardboard or plywood or something. The kids are encouraging it. I don't know where they are, but I can hear them. I don't know if they're on the street or on the balcony. But there's 4 or 5 kids shouting and probably signalling, you know, like honk the horn. Yeah. You're not in my way, no? I don't wanna move my chair and suddenly hear the dog yelping. Okay, where are we? I've just fetched a beer. It is ice cold. I have just turned the fridge off. It's on -2. Which should take it 3 or 4 hours before it gets up to 2 or 3 degrees plus, and then I'll turn it back on again for a little bit, and that should take us through the night without emptying an eco flow. Now, let me just check. Power levels here. I'm on 43% on the phone. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. I had it on the lowest setting to see whether that worked. I can't hear what they're shouting at the drivers. Oh, it's unplugged from the eco flow. Ah! I fucked it up, folks. I'm doing it all wrong. Got it all wrong as usual. Let's try and do this without flashing too much of my own. Or I will be flashing body flash at you. I apologise. Nothing I can do about it. Well, I could put my t-shirt on. We're charging, okay. You're edging under my chair. I need to hutch back in a bit. Oh, what a hit. Not you, no? Not you. Kids. That was Nick with the fry up comment. I haven't had one for ages. Farmer, don't drink. Hold on. I'm scrolling. I agree about Guinness not travelling. Hold on. Don't drink Guinness anywhere else. Guinness doesn't have a passport. I see you mentioned why I'm saying been to Ireland. I see you mentioned why I'm doesn't travel. I agree about Guinness not travelling, says Farmer. Hope I can get back there for a pint again. They brew Guinness in Nigeria, it's even stronger. But do they do a good job? Is it any good? Does it taste right and consistency? Does it have the right head on it? Stay away from Temple Bar. Nick C asks, Mike, what do you think of the new EES passport system for non-EU citizens? You know, the world's going to go computerized more and more, isn't it? It's a shame that the Brits are now considered non-EU and that some kind of special exemption given our proximity and history. It's a shame that there isn't a more relaxed system. I'm not a fan of the 90-day rule or 180-day rule, whatever you want to call it, 90 days out of 180. The actual computerizing and scanning passports and irises and handprints and stuff is always going to happen. I'm not a fan of computerized ID type systems and government databases. Systems like that will invariably end up being used for solving minor crimes, petty crimes. Invariably, there's always a creep, a scope creep in these things, government databases. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, if it starts solving burglaries and stuff, then again, the cops don't bother turning up to kind of take fingerprints anymore. I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't experienced it because I haven't moved in or out the country in the last 10 years. I came in and then that's me. I've been here ever since. I don't know. like all government computer projects, they end up years behind and millions over budget. It's time governments started getting a fixed quote for a job, and if a company can't fucking build it on time and to budget, then that company should just lose money. This whole cost plus pricing shit that they tend to do with government procurement has to go. The only time that the company should get extra money is if the government changes the project scope, if they change the criteria. And these big companies like Capita and whoever that end up getting government projects like in the UK are invariably owned by either MPs or members of the House of Lords or owned by large companies that in turn are owned by MPs or Lords. There's a lot of gravy train. Overcharged by millions, run the project late, get extra millions. It's been said before and I'll say it again. The job of government is to take money out of your pocket and give it to private businesses. Usually large private businesses owned by politicians one way or another. That is basically the job of government. To dip into your pocket and give the money to each other, to themselves, one way or another. Whether it's by kickbacks, whether it's by ownership of the companies that get the gig. I've mentioned this in the past, when I had my own web design and web development company. I used to love kind of January, February. That's when you start getting the calls from government departments and branches of the NHS and large, sometimes even just large corporations. Can you give us a quote for this? And if I could, I'd look at what I thought they were talking about, and I'd give them a ballpark, usually about triple what I thought the real cost should be. And sometimes I'd get the gig, and sometimes they'd say, oh no, I was looking to spend 10 times that much. And I'm like, well, have a second dab at it. Well, look, send us a proper spec. Maybe I misunderstood the scope of what you wanted. And, send us a document, a request for, what's the word, an RFI? Request for interest, request for I can't remember the word. But there's this term, isn't there, where they send you out some documents saying what they want, and you kind of begin initial negotiations. So I'll try and give them a ballpark over the phone, just on the first phone call. And if I'm in the ballpark, you usually get a pretty quick go ahead. If I miss, then it send us, maybe I've misunderstood the scope, send us a document. But you would literally, you could lose a job because they wanted to spend, you've already tripled what you think the job would normally cost for the work involved. You've already tripled it, but they want to go 10 times higher or more. Oh, that's no good to me. You see, I've got 50 grand sat in the bank and I've got to spend it, otherwise they'll reduce my budget next year. You know, that old classic. We started getting those calls in January and February because the paperwork's all got to be in place by April the 1st. And the job's got to be underway, and the initial prepayment, or the first third or whatever you're going for, the first half or first third, has to already be paid. Government contracts, folks. Yeah, I joined in at times. Same with state mandated prominence for UK. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're talking about media prominence, BBC and ITV and all that, maybe. I'm not sure. Not water delicious. I haven't got. Oh, that's related to to the link, and I can't play the link, so I don't know. Subordinating information to political control. Yeah, YouTube direct content, political aims. Prioritising BBC, ITV, Channel 4 and 5. Half of which are owned by the government, aren't they? Is it Channel 4 or Channel 5 that is government owned still? And people don't realise. Obviously BBC 1, BBC 2. ITV is owned by, it's a network of separate companies owned privately. But one or other of Channel 4 and Channel 5 is still government owned and hasn't been privatised. Like some of the banks. Aren't some of the banks still privatised? Was it does TSB still exist? I can't remember. The government had to jump in and save some banks, and they saved one of them by taking it over. Not sure. But yeah, now trying to force, I think their idea is force UK TV stations on it, on everybody, on YouTube, and then say, oh, you're watching UK TV stations. TV license, please. That's clearly where they're going with it. So it's partly to prioritise state. You can argue about whether the BBC is state funded. The state mandates that the people pay into a separate fund to fund the BBC. And the government will say, we never touch it, it's not our money. It's not like you're paying it to the government and then the government pays it to the BBC, except that is what happens. But they'll say, well, it just passes through our accounts. We're not really funding it. Bah. Shenanigans, I call shenanigans. Laugh my ass off, Meatloaf. Is that like the Blue Oyster in Police Academy Temple Bar? Some other funny Guinness commercials. Oh, I used to love the Rutger Hauer ones. Temple Bar is an overrated trap for the tourists. Okay, tourist rip-off. Watch this space, a new strategic direction for UK media. Oh, excuse me. Then Farmer posts a link and says The Night, and again I've got no context. Maybe it's the name of a film or a TV. Oh, TV program. Oh, Anne Widdecombe murdered, yeah. Today, wasn't it? Isn't it? I think it was today. Certainly the news broke today. It was announced that she died, and then later they said, we think it's murder, all the serious injuries and things, we think it's murder, and we're looking for a white bloke. Immediately jumped to telling us it's a white. There was none of this, please don't speculate, like there is when it's the invaders. There was none of that Welsh choir boy or don't speculate stuff. Straight away. When they're looking for a white bloke, we're looking for a white bloke. If he's non-white, we ask the community not to speculate. And yet you're asking us to kind of try and find the bloke. Does anybody remember when you used to get a photo fit? When they knew who they were looking for, you'd either get a photograph or a photo fit. Police are asking for help in tracing this individual. If you see him, don't approach him, but contact us. Now they just say, it was a white bloke, or don't speculate. How much quicker would you find him if you asked for the public's help? Fucking bizarre. But yeah. I'm assuming that it's someone from either within her household or from next door or something. Maybe she's taken in a white immigrant. Are there any? I'm sure there must be. You certainly got some lighter skinned ones. Apparently we've got a whole bunch of Moroccans, and nobody knows why. Because they went rioting last night after some football match, didn't they? You got to look at some of these things and wonder why are some of these countries represented amongst our like refugee population? They're not next door. They're not next door to next door. It's not like they're from 2 doors down. I guess you could say Morocco is. You can draw a line to Spain and then find Morocco just over the Med. I don't know, I'm ranting, I'm rambling, but I'll go off and be all ranty and borderline racist if I'm not careful. It's just weird that they announced that the person they're looking for is white without like giving a description or details or a name. If they said, we're looking for Fred Bloggs and here's his picture, do not approach this individual but contact the police. That's what they used to say. That's what they used to do. I think they've lost the respect of the public to such an extent that they don't even ask for help in finding people nowadays. It's all I can think of. That and the two-tier thing. Oh, he's white, straight away. But if he's non-white, please don't speculate. As soon as you hear, please don't speculate. It's an ongoing investigation. It's an ongoing inquiry. The case is live. Might be sub judice. Don't. Anyway, nice cold ice. I'm holding it against my body. If I said you had a beautiful beer, would you hold it against me? Oh, it's cold. I do that when I take one of the water bottles out of the freezer. Usually sometime between midday and 2 o'clock. I'll take a 1.5 litre bottle out of the freezer. But I only get halfway through it before it's warm. Partly because I lay it against Tina for the first quarter of an hour. I took it under her belly to cool her down. And then I've got the fan. I'll pour some of it over her. She's got ice cold water poured over her head and back. She hates water. She does not like me pouring water over her. But I'll do that. Then I'll close the bottle. I'll tuck it under her belly. Then I'll turn the fan on. So she's got the fan blowing air over the wet dog. And she's got the ice cold bottle of water under her belly. And then I'll drink half the bottle or whatever. And by the time I reach for the next drink, it's not so cold anymore. And so I've got currently four bottles of water like laying on the bed next to me. There's no room down on the floor, but laying on the bed next to me. 4 bottles that are between 1/4 and 1/2 full. And every couple of days I'll put them all into one bottle and put that back in the fridge, rather than coming out and getting a new bottle. How you stay cool in this weather, folks? Let me just double check. Back to top chat and live chat. Yeah, you look at that, look. My chat had frozen, sorry folks. Rutger Hauer commercials. Yeah, he did a whole series of Guinness commercials back in either the 80s or the 90s, I would suspect. Yeah, just type Rutger Hauer and Guinness into YouTube, probably. I gotta... Oh, look at this. YMCA. Didn't the lead singer just die? YMCA. Fuck. How very gay of me. I would have been about 7. Use a VPN, yeah. I've got a free VPN. I can't afford to pay for a VPN, but yeah. Look at that Anne Widdecombe was murdered yesterday. Yeah, she's a famous politician from probably 20 or 30 years ago, on the conservative side of things. But quite, see, here's one. Here we go again. Politics. I would have vehemently disagreed with most things that she said and most of the policies she supported at the time. And I now find myself much more in agreement with what she said back then. Wasn't she like 87 or something? You know, she's like an old retired politician. But, yeah. Well, they've arrested someone. I hadn't seen that. 26. Is this... I don't think she had... Oh, God. Would I be saying something out of turn here? I don't think we're talking like a grandkid or anything. I don't think she had. I'm not aware of her having family. I think she was one of those kind of eccentric... Can you still use the word spinsters? Is that allowed? Eccentric would be overstating it. It's not like she was wacky. But forthright, very independent, very forthright, outspoken. I don't remember ever making real gaffes like Diane Abbott or someone like that. But yeah, no, terrible ending to a life, if it is indeed. Now that they're talking about like head trauma or whatever. I can't remember how they worded it. I you know, I presume she hasn't just fallen down the stairs or something. Unless she's fallen down the stairs and there's big handprints on her back where someone's pushed her. Feds will be knocking if you use VPN soon. If it's set up correctly, it should be untraceable. The problem is most VPNs don't set up correctly, which is why the BBC can still block you. There are certain tags and they're called headers within the request that is made that some will just outright identify. So if you know anything about HTTP requests, HTTP is just text. It's like a text file. There are certain lines, headers, well there's a header block and certain headers that start with certain words and a colon, and then the type of request. Is it a GET or a POST? The URL you're requesting. If it's a POST request, there's the URL, and then there's certain POST information, which is the key. How does it go? Key and value pairs. A GET request appends these values. A GET request you can spot. There's a question mark at the end of the URL, and then it'll say this equals that, ampersand the other equals another, and these are values that have been passed along. So a GET request places these key value pairs in the URL. A POST request just requests the page but hides those values, those key value pairs, within the header block. And then there are other things, identifying the user agent string, that goes in the header block. And at the end of, so the header block, there's just end of lines, there's no empty lines. And as soon as you hit 2 end of lines, so basically as soon as you hit an empty line, that's the end of the header block. And so that's the header, and then there's the other stuff that goes along in the request. So yeah, it's that user agent string and stuff, and some VPNs send along tags that say, "Hey, I'm a VPN." Some of them will say, "I'm requesting it. Here's my IP address, but here's the IP address of the real bloke who's really requesting it," and they just grass you up. And some of them just log all of this shit in. So yeah, anyway, header and body of a HTTP request. Complicated. Well, it's not that complicated. It's just a text file being sent in packets, in blocks of. You break the message up. You send this chunk, that chunk, and the server sends back. Yes, I've received chunk 1. I've received chunk 2. No, I didn't get chunk 3. Can you send that back again? Here's chunk 4. Oh, you didn't get 3. Here's chunk 3. And it all goes backwards and forwards. So yeah, a properly set up VPN should and used to be indistinguishable. The only thing that might give it away, like a big organisation like the BBC, finds themselves getting 5,000 requests from the same IP address, which ordinarily wouldn't happen. Back in the days of AOL, that would happen. But yeah, ordinarily. I can watch BBC in Ireland with a VPN set to UK. The free VPN I use won't, the BBC detects it and says no. But then again, I'm using an app, which the app is probably, the BBC app is probably like detecting a local IP or a geo IP or whatever they call it. So it's probably the fact that I'm using an app. Maybe, if I set the VPN up and then use a browser, maybe I'd have a better chance of getting away with it. Using the BBC apps like BBC Sounds and the BBC News, it knows. Also logging in though, like the BBC make you log in, and if I'm being on record of having been in Spain for the last 10 years, and then I suddenly try and log in and pretend to be in, I don't know, in Venezuela or wherever, or in the UK, they're probably going to notice a difference. Stopped watching TV years ago. Yeah, me too. Jasper, hello Jasper. Jasper says, is it live? Is what live? Top chat, stay on almost. I had to switch away because chat froze. I am back on live chat all messages. I had to switch because I'm sat here thinking, has everyone just stopped talking to me or has chat frozen? And I suddenly found I was like 10 minutes behind. Meatloaf says, easy target. They probably saw her on TV in webcam and realised she's on her own. Maybe. Spain is singing this tonight. I can't look at what that is yet. I'll check it out later or tomorrow. They beached near you and carried on to the UK on their dinghy. I think I've literally seen a dinghy land. I've also seen cars on the beach, not the beach, on the cliff tops, the other side of the bay, flashing lights at 2 and 3 in the morning. Who are they signalling and why? But yeah, there was one, not this alcove, the next little bay over. I did once see a dinghy arrive and 5 guys run off it. I think it was in the newspapers. I think they were all caught within a few hours. There was no one there to pick them up. So whether that means that whether they arrived on the wrong beach, or whether they were all just independent, got off and ran. Don't know. Top chat, stay on all messages. There's a link above me saying Rutger Hauer commercial. It's the Guinness commercial. There were a whole series of them over 3 or 4 years, maybe longer. I can watch BBC in Ireland. Jasper says, is it live? I said, hello Jasper, welcome. Welcome fam, it must be live. It is indeed. I'm always live, Jasper. Jasper wants me to go live almost every night. He was pushing me the other night. I'm not sure whether it was, I think it was Wednesday. I tend not to go live Wednesday because Scruff Dog goes live. Usually. Although he's getting a little bit more haphazard. Work commitments, health issues, all sorts of things are getting in his way. Doesn't go live as long most times now. Whoa. Jasper, I was with two friends. They played pool, but not same rules. Big pockets like 1970s tables, but smaller balls. If you miss, you can move the ball by hand. Yeah. If you do a shot, if you give two shots, there's the whole thing of picking the white ball up and moving it. And it used to be you could move it to the D. Now, some tables don't even have the D. It's just a baulk line, and you can put it anywhere behind the baulk line. Basically, what I got frustrated with pool, 8-ball in Britain, because all of the changes in the rules, when you're playing in a club, all of the changes were to make the matches be over quicker. So they just kept changing the rules and so what you have to do when you walk into any pub, you have to stand and read. There'll be any pub that's got a pool team in the local league has to. It's the league rules. They have to display the rules on a poster on a notice board near the pool table, around the pool table. So you got to stand there and read them, and then you got to confirm with, if you've just put your 50 pence or whatever it is down for the next game, and then you have to like have a conflab with the guy that you're playing with. Are we playing by these rules, or do you want to do two shots carry? Do both? If I pop with the first one, have I still got two shots, or is the first one just a one-off and then we go, depending on whether I put or not? You gotta, and do we pick it up and does it go in the D? Does it go anywhere behind the baulk line? Does it go anywhere on the table? Can I do this? Can I do that? I gave up. Too many arguments. You're halfway through a game and the guy says, no, that's not how we play it here. And you're like, but that's what it says on the fucking rules. Too many arguments. If the Fed's sending invaders to your camp, it's unlikely. Like I said earlier, that there was a guy parked an RV at the top of the track last night, and he got moved on in the middle of the night. Blue, not a blue flashing light, but solid blue light and headlights shining in my tent, lighting up the whole tent. I'd not even got my lights on. I'd got both doors open. I'd not put the fly mesh, the mosquito net down, and this side doesn't have mosquito net, so I have to put the proper door down. But I wanted the airflow still until 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock or beyond. So I'd not even, so I couldn't put a light on inside. I had my phone or tablet, whichever, on, but I'd not got lights on because I didn't want flies, mosquitoes, whatever coming in. And but my whole tent just fucking lit up like a Belisha beacon. There's a reference that's going to lose the fucking foreigners. Belisha beacon. I think Belisha would be my best guess. Look it up. It's a light on a zebra crossing, if you must. That's the black and white stripy ones. Crossway. I don't know what other words you might use. I try and translate for our international audience. Scruff Dog is an awesome YouTuber. He is. Search the name on YouTube. It is single F for anyone who's looking. Single F. Who's Scruff Dog? So I watch a guy called Big Clive Live, and his alternate channel for live streams on YouTube used to be Big Clive. Hold on. BigClive.com, sorry, is his main channels, and Big Clive Live when he started doing live streams during COVID. Clive's an electrical and somewhat electronic kind of genius, and And Scruff Dog was one of his viewers who stood in when Clive wasn't available. And Scruff Dog is a forklift mechanic, engineer, I'm not sure. Only Scruff I see is Delta on the mic. That's no good. Don't be like that. Link to Scruff Dog. Where are we? Jasper. Live on pub 7884, old pool tables, old rules. With more skill. Yeah, larger balls, smaller pockets. It was a tight fit. You couldn't just, well, you could do a 6-pocket rocket, which is where you just twat the black ball around the table, and if it goes in, it goes in. It's always fun. If you haven't got a clear shot, just try a 6-pocket rocket. But yeah, when you watch, what was the Tom Cruise one, where he was a hustler? Paul Newman did the original film that was called The Hustler, is that right? And then the Tom Cruise, or was that called The Hustler? I'm not sure. But when you watch how big the pocket is compared to the ball on American pool tables, it's crazy. It's like you couldn't fucking miss. I'd have to be drunk to miss. Yeah, anyway, hit ball in pocket, it goes in hole. New tables, 1984, they bounce out. Sometimes that's the shape of the cup and where the cushion curves around into the pocket as well. But yeah, size of the ball and stuff. Farmer says link to Scruff Dog, but I don't see a link. Oh, there it is. There's his link to Scruff Dog further back. Okay, yeah. On YouTube. Okay, yeah, he's on YouTube. He's also on Twitch. Which is where you have to go to find BigClive.com when he does his live shows now. He's BigClive.com on both YouTube and Twitch, but they're different. BigClive.com on YouTube is his main channel where he takes electronics apart and discusses the things. BigClive.com over on Twitch is his live streams where it's like a bunch of guys down the pub. It's a little bit more raucous. He is a raving woofter, but not in a flouncy way. He's what's called a bear, which is a roughy tufty woofty. He'd probably object to me saying these words. But you know me, I say the words. When you watch his first ever live stream, he was live about 5 minutes before somebody says, yeah, but are you gay? He's like, oh, this isn't a direction I was expecting it to go in. Hey. Scruffy, I see his Delta on the mic. Anyone heard of football billiards? No, I haven't. That whole pool table talk, sorry I couldn't let that pass. Is this to do with the size of balls and pockets? I've heard of pocket billiards, Jasper, but that's a different, that's more Fama territory. That's one of his jokes, probably. I think it was a few days ago. I'm just gonna, I'm not used, so it's like coming up for 12:05 and I'm on just over 3 hours. I'm not used to 12 o'clock being 3 hours. I usually start at 10, but I started earlier to try and preserve the light, the lamp. Am I still on the lowest setting? There's the highest. So I was on the lowest. Tell me if it gets too dark, folks. I can put it up to the, that's full. I can put it up to the middle setting, but the lamp won't last as long. So I'm on the bottom setting at the minute. You'll be sniffing barbecues tonight or wood burners. Fireworks is the main, well, was the main smell earlier. Let's have a look here. And which way around is this? Is that flashing? I don't know whether that helps. That's my head torch shining at me. I don't know whether that's... This one's running on batteries, and I'm not sure how well the batteries are. I see one really bright light and one not so bright, so that's probably... Is there a... It's got a few settings. Oh no, that's no good. Oh, that's stabilised. It flashed for a bit. That's blinding me. I'm going to turn that back off. I got this one here that I've just charged from... This one's USB, so this one's an internal battery. How does this one work? It's ages. It's got like 4 buttons, I think. Are those buttons? There might not be buttons. Is it that? Whoa! Fuck! Whoa! That's not too... From my point of view, that's not too bad. You can see me better, and it's... Well, unless I look directly at it, that's not too blinding. Is that all? There's a second button. What does that do? Oh no. It's always got the fucking flashy stuff. Is that all I've got? Like fuck off blind? Do these other... I want to check what these other buttons are buttons. They're not, they're just stands or something. What's that do? They're still blinding for me. That's the red. I would, if I need this, I don't know if people would mind, if I needed this for brightness later, I would go with the red. Although I can't look directly at it. It is, where would I need to put it? Off to one side or the other. Yeah, that red's, like, as a head torch, that's probably okay, but as something that I shine towards me, maybe not. I've also got this one from the other night. I got this. This is a passive infrared. That light will go off in a second or 3. So that's initially on, and then I think it detects movement. And then there's a on longer with movement, and then there's just an on. I don't know how much difference that made. A little bit. It's not that much. So for something that's supposed to be a security light, it's not that. Oh, it's a little bit when you look at it, but don't use the red. People will get the wrong idea. LED glare too much. Yeah, some do. I'd rather neon light bar. I can only use what I've got. Pink camel toe. What? Not my territory. I like actual pink pockets or pink tackle. Football billiards is outside table. Looks like a pool with pockets. You have to kick ball, like football, like the bar football thing, where you rotate the. I'm not sure. Outside table, looks like pool with pockets. You have to kick ball in the pockets. You'll be sniffing barbecues. Okay, I saw that. I got that far. Pass. Pink camels. I'd rather neon light bar. Yeah, I mean. Okay, so I think I mentioned. Was it Tuesday? I did a stream. I mentioned even though you guys have donated to give me 50 or so euros so I could put a Temu order in, I've suspended that. Keeping the money set aside, folks. I'm not gonna blow it. But these new EU laws adding €3 to every item that you purchase on Temu, unless it ships from an EU warehouse. I'm giving them a week or 2, and then I'm going to go back through the order and delete things and see if I can buy the same thing but specify getting it from an EU warehouse rather than from China. I can't buy €60. I think I bought €60 of goods in the end, just over, something like 63, and it was going to cost 130. because I was buying like a set of headphones at 180, and they were sticking €3 on top. And then I bought the same set of headphones but with a different jack, 3.5mm versus USB-C, another €3 on top. So I was buying €3.50 worth of headphones and getting charged €6 like import duty. And the first I knew of it was after I clicked through to PayPal. I'm looking at my shopping cart. I'm in my shopping cart. It says €60. I say check out, PayPal. And it's only when I'm at PayPal it says 120 or 130. Now, if I can go back in a week or two and... Sorry, distracted. If I can go back in a week or two and remove those items from the cart and find either the same or similar shipping from an EU warehouse, then I won't have to pay that extra. And if I can't, I'll just have to drop those items and buy less. I don't know. Like I think I said the other day, if I buy, there are certain, I was going to buy these fans, these like swamp coolers, fans that you put some cold water in. It soaks through these cardboard linings and then, or has some little spritzers, some little jets, and blows through the cold water jets. If I buy those at 16 or 17 and they stick €3 on, I kind of don't mind that as much. It's a small percentage of the overall purchase, 20% of the purchase price kind of thing. But I'm not paying €3 on something that's 150 or 180. I can't, in all honesty, I can't do that with your money. That just wouldn't be fair to you. I could be like blasé and say, fuck it, it's not even my money, what do I care? But that's not fair to the guys that have donated. LED glass too much. Signalling the boats out there. Yeah. Don't blow it on Temu, Mike. Use for groceries or necessary items, emergency or whatever. No, I think if I've asked people and said, like, my alternate would be to go like bricks and mortar Temu, but maybe not this one. You know, go what are called Chino bazaars in Spain. They're all run by Chinese people, hence the Chino. Apparently, in Spain, Chin is the racist. That's their equivalent of Paki, which is a racist word in England for a Pakistani. Chin, you can't say, but Chino you can. So they're called Chino bazaars as a kind of a generic. They probably don't appreciate being lumped together like that, but somehow, some people said there was like a deal done with the Spanish government and that's why they're just everywhere. Other people say that that Chinese families club together to send family members over and to fund their business, and then they bring they bring the rest of the family over in time. There might be a combination of both. I've been told that some of it's urban legend, but it's a thing. Every second street corner has got a Chino bazaar. Some of them big, some of them small. But you're basically buying the stuff that you would buy from Temu, but from these guys. To some extent with less quality control. There are bigger shops. There's one called Action. What was the other one called? Not Dolby, Dolphy. There's a chain of them. They do quality control. Some of these bigger shops like Action and the one it's a few. There used to be one on the seafront down on Los Locos. On the seafront at Los Locos. I'm gonna say it got taken over by someone else, or it got renamed. I'm not sure if the same people left the chain like a buyout. I don't know if it had been a franchise and they bought out and just went independent. They changed the name to Dolphin, but it had been Doll something or other prior to that, I'm pretty sure. But it's like Temu, but with quality control. These ones are like Temu with less quality control. But if I don't buy from Temu because of the import duty stuff, I would rather go across there and buy the things. I'd have to buy less. They're going to cost more than the old Temu price. If I'd known that these things were happening, that this €3 per item, I could have bought them before July the 1st. And I think Jasper or someone tried to tell me about import duties. And I thought that was mainly an American thing, you know, Trump and his tariffs, that's the word. So maybe I misunderstood what I was being told and I was my own worst enemy. I just hesitated a week too long before discovering this thing. Tramp in the field, folks. I'm not always up to date on latest developments, you know. But yeah, no, people have donated for me to do this experiment. What can €50 do to help me get through summer? I'm not going to just spend it on food shopping or whatever. I'll be honest, it's ages since I've had a bottle of spirits of any kind. If I was going to the supermarket with €50, 7 of it would go on a litre bottle of that, was it a licorice liqueur? Or did I always said licorice and it was the other, was it aniseed? I can't remember which it was. It was either licorice or, but a 1 litre bottle of an actual spirit, 35% by volume, for €7.5. Oh, I haven't had a spirit in ages. 4 months, maybe? I'd have to look back. But that would be an abuse of, when people send money, either when they stipulate or when I've asked for it to be for a specific thing, I try not to spend anything else. 2 major exceptions have happened over the years, haven't they? People sent me money for a tent once, and then Karen insisted on paying half, so I had cash left over. So I had to come back to you guys and ask if it was all right if I diverted some of it into, I don't remember what it was, but I picked something else. I think it was the EcoFlow, maybe. The EcoFlow and the initial solar panel. And another major exception was when I raised money to buy a doggy wheelchair. And I got enough, just about. And then I was given one by the alberg. They'd had one donated, and so they sent it to me via the police. I don't know why via the police, but they did. So that meant I had money, and then again I had to come back and say, kind of, apologies, guys. Like, good news, I've been given a doggy wheelchair, but I'm a little bit embarrassed that I've raised funds for one, and then I don't know what to do with those funds. And if anybody objected, I said, if anybody was offended by the fact that I'd raised money and then not used it for that, I would have refunded them gladly. But everyone kind of said, hey, just, I can't remember where I went next with that. What did I buy? That might have been the fridge I put towards the fridge freezer, maybe. I can't remember. Those are the 2 exceptions where people have donated money for a specific purpose and it hasn't gone, or hasn't gone entirely on that thing. Other either donations that stipulate, or where it's a rarity that I ask for donations for a specific cause. It's rare that I ask for donations outright. Obviously, there's always the, well, for me it's on the top of the screen. For you it's probably the bottom of chat, wherever your chat is, bottom right probably. Or am I reversed? Is that bottom left for you? I'm not sure. But yeah, there's a little awkwardness sometimes when I ask for a donation for something. So now it won't go on groceries, Fama. Just need to be off. Okay, how much? I've rambled nearly 10 minutes. That was Fama leaving. Have a good night, Mike. I'll be back if you're still on. Where are we? 3 hours 20. I'll be on for a little while. I don't mind going long, folks, if there's enough people here. Helps if I get a donation. Farmer going to bed early. He's what is he? I think he's like 7 or 8 hours behind us, Jasper. He won't be going to bed unless he's going to bed at like 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night. Just got things to do, probably. No, I know you weren't talking about. I know you weren't talking about PayPal. I think she was still here when you explained. Did it jump back? Now it's jumping on me. Telling her to click the link to the Black Eyed Peas. Oh, tonight's going to be a good night. Just some things to do, Jasper. Have a good night. Jasper, I hope Norway win. Ah, man. You can't be a traitor like that. After your bills, keep back the rest for a rainy day. Bills. Don't have much in the way of bills. You know that I only went shopping, like supermarket shopping. Was it 3 times in the entirety of last year? 2 of those were Christmas. In the run up to Christmas. People are very generous, kind of with food and sometimes with coin in the hand. You guys with PayPal, and I've got the card from Karen to help me spend the PayPal. It's mainly odds and ends, little bits at the. And they don't sell much over here at the. They sell chocolate bars and things, and that's a rarity. They sell the odd packet of crisps that's really overpriced. I'll be honest, it's mainly the weekend beer. And occasionally not weekend beer. But, hold on. I'm sitting on a crease. And it's also gone up the... Oh, that's better. Stuck to me. Trousers stuck to me. Jasper says hope not. What was that too? Oh. Farmer said he hopes England win. Jasper says hope not. France beat Morocco. Terrible violence. So the Moroccans, in their last match before that, the Moroccans rioted. Was it in Italy or was it in France? They rioted when they won. And when they lost, they rioted in London. Can't fucking win, can you? I don't even know why we've got Moroccan, what's the word? Asylum seekers? They're not asylum seekers. There isn't a problem in Morocco that you have to flee from. They all come across, they say, hey, it's a Muslim country and I'm gay. And they're trained. There are institutions out there training them to just say, yeah, I'm gay. And if I go back there, I'll be thrown off a rooftop. And the British government just say, oh, okay. Aniseed balls, in my mouth all red. Aniseed, I remember aniseed balls. If you suck them long enough, the ball itself turns white, doesn't it? Did Spain win? They did. They did. Hence all of the driving. We had a load of fireworks and then we had cars driving past, pipping horns. Put a skateboard and microlight together with a seat, cheapest flight back. People do it with a surfboard, don't they? Tie a surfboard to your feet. I saw a guy jump over a pier one time. Like a big built, not just a little wooden, not just a little jetty, an actual fully built up pier, you know, with slot machine arcades and fucking stuff on. Got so windy and he pulled down and he went up and over the building and then back into the water the other side. Hoverboard. Can be done. Mike got or on form. Mick got or on form. No beer tonight. Is that for you? I've got beer. I'm on I'm this far into my second can in 3.5 hours. And they called me an alky. That bloke the other week. Don't send him money. Don't, what was it? Don't help him kill himself. Okay, man. Whatever. I went to the shop. Was that? I think it was yesterday. I went to the shop. It was. I went to the shop yesterday to get my weekend beer. So last night, this afternoon, and tonight, I'm about 24 because it's really hot. And, you know, a cold beer in an afternoon. Now, I'm drinking lots of water, like I've said already. 2 or 3 of these 1.5 litre bottles between me and Tina. Ice cold. I bought 2 12-packs. And after basically, what, last night, this afternoon, and this evening, it's midnight now, isn't it, tonight, I'm 6 beers in. What a fucking alky. Don't help me kill myself, folks. I've had this from the start. My friend Damien, who came along in the early days of the channel. Well, he came along just before the channel started, I think, if I look back. But that same week, two guys, one Irish, one English, walking. Damien, so there's another Irish guy. When I was talking about Irish guys earlier. And then there was Owen. Less emphasis on the E. Almost just Owen, but not quite. My Irish supporters, to add to Anthony and Tom. And Meatloaf backwards here. What was I saying? He was leaving the country, and he'd packed his suitcase, and it was too heavy. He had bottles of whiskey and stuff in his bags. He brought me a bottle of whiskey. Man, the grief I got. I had like 3 people asking, on average, how much alcohol do you drink a week? I'm like, none of your fucking business. And at the time, on average, it was 0. Depending on which type of average, mean, mode, median. I mean, if you're going to go with the mean, it's obviously going to be above. It's going to be, because that's how averages are. As soon as you've got some, it never becomes 0 again. But the mode, the most frequent amount of alcohol each week, at that point, would have been 0. And would have been 0 for months. I think this was the May. I think it was the last week in May we're talking about. And I'd not really had any booze since Christmas. Maybe the occasional 1 litre of red wine for 85 cents from the boxed, the cardboard once in a while. But yeah, depending on which average you wanted, I could have claimed 0 as the mode, the most frequent amount weekly. But yeah, people, bearing in mind, like I said, red wine, 85 cents for a litre. You can still to this day buy a litre, no, you can buy a bottle, a glass bottle, for I think just over €1. You might even still find some for under, because you're not getting a litre, you're only getting 700 ml or 750, whichever it is. 12 cans of beer. Supermarket, you still buy it for $3.60 for 12. Not each can, $3.60 for 12. Scrolling. I think lots of UK people would move Morocco, lots of resin. Yeah, the hashish and stuff, yeah, they're into all that. It's only a matter of time before it's legalised in places. I don't know whether it'll ever be fully legalised. I think at the minute it's decriminalised. There's a fine distinction between the two. If you have a small amount, they'll maybe confiscate it from you, but not charge you. Whereas criminalised, they'll take it off you and charge you. If it's legalised, as long as you've got under the right amount, they'll let you keep it. So I think that's the distinction between decriminalised and legalised. If it's legalised, you're all right to have it within reason. Decriminalised, they'll confiscate it but not charge you. What do you do all day? Asks Jasper. I try and stay cool and stay out of the sun, and that's not easy here because there's one tree here which used to be like a dandelion. When I first moved here, if you look back at my first videos, this was just a little stick in the ground. Now it's almost a tree. There's a big tree over there which is so low to the ground you can't really get under it, and once you're over there, what are you going to do? Me and Tina used to sit under there when she was mobile. Now I'd have to drag her over there and under there. I either sit here under the parasol, in which case I still get burnt because it doesn't stop UV, or I sit in the tent with the fan on and with cold drinks or cuddling a cold bottle of water, just trying to stay cool. And that's it. That's my life. Unless I get a visitor. In which case I'll come and sit outside and chat with them for an hour or two. Used to be we would walk off to the park. That's someone throwing fireworks from a car. They were over there and then they were over there. We used to walk up to the park, which is only about 3 blocks that way. Maybe another block because the park's in 3 fields. We'd go to the middle one. But Tina obviously can't get there, even with a wheelchair now, because it's uphill and because her front legs are going. So my life is in this field. That's what I do all day. Listen to music, watch downloaded TV series, play YouTube videos. I've got back into La Brea, which is a sci-fi series that was recommended to me by a YouTube channel that talked about how it was a complete story. Rather than getting cancelled halfway through, it was just 2 series. They wrote the story that way. That was it. It was done. It's complete. I'm halfway through the 2nd season. The 2nd season feels like it's been stretched out a little bit too much. I've just watched episode 7 or 8, I'm not sure which, but there's 14 in this season. But apparently it's a complete story and finishes well, so it's highly recommended. I watched the 1st season probably about 3 months ago and then struggled to download the 2nd season. And even now it's got glitches. I can be halfway through watching an episode and there's a slight glitch and then it carries on playing but the audio doesn't come back. And nothing I do makes the audio come back. So I have to look at the timestamp where it glitched, come out of it entirely, reload it in VLC from the start, and then scrub the timeline to 4 or 5 seconds after the glitch, after the audio cut out, and then it plays fine. It did this once and I set it to like recheck that there'd not been corruption while downloading, and it ditched a few blocks and re-downloaded bits, but that's when it got hung up and it took a couple of months to re-download those missing blocks. And even now it's still, so I think the upload was corrupted. I don't think it's I don't think it's the copy I've downloaded. I think it's the actual upload that had the glitches. But yeah, watching stuff like that. I did start watching Deep Space Nine, Star Trek Deep Space Nine a while back. I got halfway through season. I think I got towards the end of season 2. And I ran out of disk space, and I had to move that off the phone to the hard drive, and I haven't moved it back and carried on. Stuff like that. I watch TV programs. I watch a lot of YouTube and films. I downloaded that, what's it called, Citizen Vengeance or whatever it's called, and I still haven't got around to watching it. Told myself I was going to watch Death Wish, which I think I've already got downloaded on the hard drive. You might see a theme. What with me being a radical right-wing Nazi? US or Mike? I'm lost, Keith. US or Mike? Us or Mike? Us or Mick? Are you Mike as in microphone? Are you saying use your microphone? No? I don't know. So BBC want to destroy YouTube. Well, the government want to destroy YouTube, yeah, and the government want to force the BBC on us, and then charge us if we watch it. Your lifestyle costs too much. Here, site fees and beer, food, equipment, etc. If I was doing this in the UK and was on a campsite, I watched a guy the other day. He's paying 25 quid a day to park a caravan on a field that has no facilities. I think there's a toilet block, but there's no electric. He's not plumbed in for water, and he's paying 25 quid a night. Good bloke. Oh, fuck. He's called Steve. The channel is beyond me. Sorry, Steve. He's one of the ones that's on my list to add to friends of the channel. It used to be something prepper. And now it's to do with casting off prepper. He has a couple of channels, casting off prepper. He's retired early, and he's going through the process of selling his house, selling up everything from the house. He had a caravan. I think they bought a new car to tow the caravan, and they also bought a boat, but I think they're regretting buying the boat, and they're looking to get out of that. Yeah. Casting off. Why do I not remember the name of his prepper channel? Simple prepper. I think sensible prepper is someone else. That's a different channel. I do apologise, Steve. I know that you're probably not watching, mate, but whoops. I hate it when I have a brain fart. Anime cartoons. I don't like anime. Far too much sexualization of childlike characters. Some of it leans towards tentacle porn and stuff as well. Can't remember what that's called. They have a separate term for it. Once anime gets sexual properly, but small body, big head, big eyes, childlike but with breasts. About the only thing I've ever watched that I could say bordered on anime would have been G-Force back in the day, Battle of the Planets. And that had to be heavily toned down for European and American audiences. Seven's Arc 7 was never a part of that show when it was called something like Gatchaman, which is what the G originally stood for. Take your break from ads by staying here. Yeah, as far as I can tell, they never show ads during my streams. I don't know if this is because of me saying the words. See, it costs them money to take these 4 and 5 hour and 6 hour streams and host them. I know I don't have that many viewers, but there's a cost to the processing and to the bandwidth and all of that. But they never show ads. And yet I've seen them show ads on other people that are unmonetized. So I must not be a good commercial proposition. Is it because I'm a right-wing Nazi, or is it because I say the words? I'm not sure, folks. Could be either. Not so long ago, many films, nudity, and now it's blurred, image bad enough, bleep, bleep, copyright. Yeah. You can't even say, like, kill. The number of channels I watch on YouTube that will self-censor words like kill or suicide or murder. Never mind the proper words. Even retard. You're not allowed to say retard. I get told off by YouTube if I comment on the Midlands meatballs. You know the one? Faggots, that's the one. Midlands meatballs. Apparently the word is spicier than the meatballs, because the meatballs are typically quite bland. But the word is considered so spicy that you get blocked or banned or demonetized or whatever. Then you have to appeal. Your video doesn't go out for 4 weeks, 30 days I think. You appeal and it never goes out. What about Nescafe Gareth Hunt? Shaking the beans. Back in the day, folks. Yeah. I think copyright laws killed music and films. They certainly killed. There are people that put together. I watch people who comment on other people's videos. So someone has a video that is all of the number ones in 1968 or whatever, and then someone else comments on it, and reaction channels, and they show like 3 seconds of each song. Sometimes it's not even enough to get like the tagline of the song. And it fades in and fades out. Kind of ridiculous. And they'll post an apology. Sorry, today's video isn't making it up. YouTube's giving me I have to edit out and blank out this song or that song. They'll post a video and 5 different music companies claim the entire video. It might be like an hour-long video. And 5 different companies representing different musicians all claim the entire income from the entire, even at just 3 or 4 seconds per song. People will claim. It's like when Farmer pointed me at a video and I clicked the link on my tablet and my volume was too high. And it was like a 6-hour live stream I did. And some cunt was claiming, now I'm not monetized so it wouldn't have mattered, but I still fucking appealed just on principle. And once you appeal, they've got 30 days to say, right, we're taking you to court or not. And I just said, fuck off, it's incidental. A lot of people panic. If you're doing a live stream and you walk past a bar or a fairground or something and music's playing, a lot of people panic because they're going to get demonetized, but it's totally illegitimate. Incidental, so something that's playing in the background while you walk past, that's fair use. That's incidental accidental is fair use. That you're not deliberately playing that thing. And I honestly, it was 4 seconds out of an over 4-hour live stream. And if I'd been monetized, some cunt would have wanted all that money. All. It would have been about twopence halfpenny. That's 2.5 pence for anyone who's foreign. A 40th of a pound. I appealed it, even though it doesn't matter to me because I'm not monetized. I still appealed it. I challenged them. Take me to court, you bastard. Give me the paperwork. Let me have a laugh online. Trying to claim zero money from someone who's not monetized for 4 or 5 seconds out of a 4 or 5 hour live stream. You're a joke. I'm trying to remember the name. Rick. Oh God, he's a music engineer. People who would make Rick Burr. No, not Berwick. That's the comedian. Beato. Rick. Have I got Rick right? I think it's Rick Beato. Beato. This guy, operating the music deck, increasing this volume, speed that up, try and make these different beats match, and do. He's that kind of music engineer. But he's also like an actual musician. He does videos about music theory, and he interviews. He had Sting on, and he interviews proper, real, fucking top pop stars, people who other musicians respect. And he gets copyright claims all the time. There are certain groups he just can't talk about. He will play. He'll be discussing music theory, and he'll say, oh, we're going from a C sharp to a D flat. I'm talking bollocks. I'm pulling notes out of my ass. But he'll discuss this stuff, and maybe he'll play it on a guitar. And he'll play it so well, he gets pulled for playing their music when he didn't even play it. He was just discussing a certain chord or a certain, a certain rhythm. Ridiculous. And he gives in far too easily. I'm one of the ones that's on there saying, look, mate, just get yourself a fucking lawyer. Get yourself a form letter and contest this. And tell them if they don't retract their copyright claim within 7 days, you're going to sue them for loss of earnings from your YouTube channel. Don't let them go the full 30 days. Go on the offense, go on the offensive. Tell them. Because if you release a video and it doesn't get views in the first 7 days, it's dead. Even when it comes back after 30 days, you're not going to get... YouTube don't start the clock from when it goes live again. It went live 30 days. You've just lost the impetus. The algorithm just fucks you. YouTube should change that. And anyone who makes a copyright claim that fails, their channel should get punished, is what I say. But that's me ranting. Let me scroll. Not so long ago, nudity copyright 4 hours, says Sign of Nature. Is that about me reaching 4 hours? I've got another 10 minutes to go if that's... What about Nescafe Gareth Hunt? Copyright like buskers not allowed to play forbidden song. Isn't it only a few years ago people in America were getting sued for playing Happy Birthday in restaurants? Like a musician literally playing Happy Birthday to you. There was a spell where they came up with an alternate song because Happy Birthday was being claimed by a music company. It's bullshit. Let me take a break from ads. Okay, copyright laws 4 hours. It jumped. Sorry, folks. I gotta find my place. Copyright like buskers. That was Jasper. If they got rid of copyright laws, you play music, then you say what music you say. It's this tune or great. I'll get that on CD. I'm assuming you weren't saying shat. I'll get that on CD. There is a theory that yeah, you should make your money, if you're a musician, you should make your money from your concerts and from merchandise. I don't know. I think if you invent a new song and it becomes really catchy, I think you should be able to earn a living from it. How long that exclusivity lasts and that license lasts, that copyright, um, I think it's got way out of hand. And you can blame Sonny Bono and Mickey Mouse. Sonny Bono of Sonny and Cher fame was paid by Disney when he was a senator, maybe, was paid lots of money by Disney to push a law through to extend copyright. Life of the author plus 75 years or something? Or is that Britain with books? That might have been Peter Pan in Britain. But yeah, all of that. Extend it, extend it, extend it. We now got Mickey Mouse in the public domain, haven't we? Well, technically not. Steamboat Willie. I don't think he was called Mickey Mouse yet at the time. Michelangelo batting. What? Racer X. Jasper says things and I lose context. Keith steps in and I lose even more context. Aims of legal is to rob your private money wealth, assets worth. Maybe. The system shafted you, Mike. Maybe. Yet it doesn't stop you from creating outside their legals. I don't know what that means. Like madness using library Sifri, it must be love. If you do a cover, so when you release a song, the people playing that song get a certain amount of the royalties, but the person who wrote the original gets, so the author gets a certain share, the original author. In fact, lyrics, the author of the lyrics and the author of the melody, the music, get a certain share, and then the people who are releasing the album get the rest. Well, their agents and the record label and all that. Basically, you spend a tenner on an album, and probably way out of date. The author, the people doing the song are looking to get a £1. And that might be even if it's a brand new song that they wrote. If you're just doing a cover version, you're probably getting less. It's a long time since I looked at the actual share of all of that. And I don't know if people still buy albums, even electronically, because you can buy just the individual tracks nowadays. Although buying, if you read through the terms and conditions, you're buying a license to have it played. So let's say you buy the electronic version on Amazon or what is it called, the iStore? That doesn't sound right. whatever Apple store's called. If you buy songs there, it's yours, as long as they've got the rights to it in their library. And as soon as 5 years or 10 years or whatever is up, they lose the rights, and your purchased song disappears, and your rights to it, you bought it, is what they label it with a buy button, but you've not bought it. You bought a license to play it while ever it's in their store, and as soon as it's not in their store, it's gone. And I say, fuck that shit. If you've bought it at any point in history, whether you bought it on a single, an LP, or this whole idea that you buy it once on an LP, and then you buy it on a tape, you buy it on a CD, you buy it on a DVD, you buy it and then you buy it no. If we're going by this I've bought a license rule, if I've paid for it once, it's fucking mine. and I will just torrent the shit out of it. Because I bought it once, even if I bought it in the 1960s on vinyl. I bought it. I paid for that song. I don't care what format it's on. I'm having it. I've paid for it. Technically, that's not the law. But fight me. Fight me or bite me. Are you alright down there, Tina? Sorry, babe, I feel like I've ignored you a little while. Have you had a pee? Let me move you forward so that you're not laying in it. I know, darling. I know you don't like that. But let me just do that, okay? Or maybe you haven't. It's just your lead being dark on the ground, is it? When you've lost your belt. Okay, I'll have to put your belt back around. I moved her forward and she didn't like it. I thought she'd peed and was maybe in danger of laying in a mess, but no. How did Judas Priest get taken to court for a song Spooky Tooth wrote? I got no idea. I know you had one not long ago where the estate of the black reggae guy, was it the one whose dad shot him with a shotgun? Somebody tell me who that was. It's one of those guys. There's two of them and I mixed them up. But someone said we're going to sue you for stealing this this refrain, this beat, this song. This song's too much like that song that was written 5 years earlier, even though the guy's been dead for however many years. So what happened was, they said we're going to sue you, and if someone threatens to sue you and you think you're going to get sued, you have the option to go for what's called a declarative judgment. You can bring the case and say, hey, judge, tell these fuckers to fuck off. And they did that, so they brought the case, the estate, on behalf of whatever it was called, and they lost. So they brought the case, seeking a declarative judgment, and they lost. Tony Akadaka, hello, my friend. Hello, Tina. Oh, better by you, better than me. Jasper, I lose track. I got no context, mate. Maybe you're listing a Judas Priest song. I'm not a big muso. Let me just see if I can show off Tina for people that have joined late. Reverse camera, turn the flash on, and point down. Here's Tina. I've just moved her forward. I saw her like a dark trail behind her, and I thought she'd peed. And I thought she was in danger of laying in it, but I think it was bad lighting. That lead I thought was water running away. But no, so I moved her forward and she's not really happy with me right now. Because sometimes I have to move her forward just by grabbing her by the collar, by the neck. It's all very physical. It's all very physical, folks. Whether I'm picking her up with a belt wrapped around her waist, whether I'm carrying her in the morning with the belt around her waist and her lead wrapped around my left hand and I'm picking both up. She's still walking with the front legs, but sometimes they're collapsing, so I'm carrying half the front end. It's all very physical. It's not nice sometimes trying to maneuver up and onto the bed or move her around the bed. It's, you know, not ideal. What can you do? That was a... You see, I've lost... The time's confusing me because I started an hour early. I'm seeing that we're coming up on 4 hours, but it's not 2 o'clock. It's coming up on 1 o'clock. 12:58 when Akday said hi Mike, Tina and all. Where are we, folks? Have I run out of things to talk about? Once I've caught up with chat, I think I am caught up. I'm switching to top chat and back to live chat just to check that I haven't missed anything. No, I am up to date. It is 1 a.m, yeah? It is. I'm 4 hours in. I'm happy to go long if we keep a viewership. We are a little low on numbers, and we haven't got that many thumbs up either. I think by going early, because I didn't get many people in the first hour, I think that affects the algorithm, and YouTube don't push it out that much. It's a little bit unfortunate. For anyone who wasn't here, how's my back holding up? I haven't had to take any painkillers yet. That's about all I can say. Just sitting in this chair here is, well, I'm not going to say agony, but it's not great. And it's always to the right of centre that hurts. And it is because of carrying Tina. And the more that she's unstable on her front legs, the more pulling this way and that. I stood on her post twice this morning. I don't think by much. I might have been on the claws rather than the foot itself. Is claws the right word? I don't like she sways in front of me, then she sways out to the right. Now the back's holding up okay. I'm happy as long as I don't have to take painkillers. I think I mentioned in the past, on average I will take about 3 painkillers a year. But I have them. I got ibuprofen to reduce swelling, and I've got paracetamol just for more standard pain relief. I mean, they both relieve pain in different ways, don't they? Ibuprofen, when you've inflamed something, so bad backs typically, you've inflamed something near your spine, muscles and stuff rubs. And so if you can take down the swelling, it no longer rubs, and that alleviates the pain. And paracetamol is just more of a block those signals so that you don't. Acetaminophen, for anyone who's not. I think it's only American that go by that. Don't most people say paracetamol? I'm not sure how that works internationally. I think Americans are paracetamol. What the fuck's that? We use acetaminophen, or whatever the word is. Same thing. Ooh, I could crush a grape. Stu Francis? Cracker Jack. I didn't see that first time round. So yeah, Tony, my back's, it's far from perfect. Parrots ate 'em all. That is indeed the old joke, isn't it? Why can you not get painkillers in the jungle? Because parrots ate 'em all. It's a joke for 10-year-olds, isn't it? Something you might pull out of a fucking Christmas cracker. Not all countries do Christmas crackers. Americans hear the term Christmas cracker and think it's some kind of biscuit. I don't know. But then Americans don't eat turkey at Christmas because they've already had it a few weeks beforehand. And then they say, we're doing it wrong. I'm not going to turn this. If you want to see people slagging off Americans, then you want to go and watch Croc Turnbull. C-R-O-C, and then Turnbull, T-U-R-N-B-U-L-L. Croc Turnbull. if you want to see someone taking the piss out of the seppos, as the Australians would call them, the septic tanks, yanks, seppos. Croc Turnbull. Steve is he's called, really. Good bloke. That is the end of my second can of beer. The first one having been started probably more than an hour before the stream started. Oh, that missed by a long way. Around. That's no good. Is that people coming down the path? I was just going to go get a beer and get a pee. Okay, we're up to 12 on the thumbs ups. More is better. I'll keep going for a little while, folks. I'm probably not going to go forever. If ever I need someone in my trivia team, it's you. You know a lot of things. I used to. I know things, but they don't always. You might have to play like fucking charades. It's a film. It's 3 words. Oh, what, that guy that was in it, that guy, and he's and his dad was the acrobat, and he's fuck. And we'll be talking about like the streets of San Francisco or something. But I'll be going with Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas, Carl Mulder, Streets of San Francisco, and or maybe I'll lead with Kathy Jones, boyo. And I'll not be able to remember a real name. Catherine Zeta or Zeta Jones. Kathy Jones, boyo. I'm sure when she was a kid at school, she was just Kathy Jones. This whole Catherine Zeta Jones malarkey. I know a lot of shit, but it doesn't always come to the fore when it should. I could crush a grape. That was Jasper. That was... It's Friday. Was it 5:05 or 5:10? It's Friday. It's 5:10. It's Crackerjack! And the whole audience has to shout Crackerjack back. Original host, I think it was Eamon Andrews. And then Ed Stewpot. And then the guy that I just mentioned before, I could crush Stu Francis, I could crush a grape. I might have missed some there. I might be out by a bit. It's a long-running Friday afternoon TV show. 5:05, 5:10. What was the game called? Not double or drop. You had to answer quiz questions, and they'd load your arms up, and they'd keep going, or they'd go around, and whoever answered the question, you got loaded up with prizes, which could include a cabbage for some reason. And as the weight got heavier, once you dropped everything, you were out. And I think the winner wasn't necessarily the guy who answered the most questions. I think it was the one that was still holding on to his prizes at the end when everyone else had dropped them. Was it called double or drop? That can't be right. I gotta look now, look folks, you've got me. You know how it goes. So firstly I want to know what time was Crackerjack. You guys probably know, someone's probably answered it already. What time? My tablet is wet through, by the way. We must be nowhere near the... If it's going to be 25 degrees and higher all night long, how the fuck are we hitting the dew point? And why is my shit wet? What time was Crackerjack on TV? Yeah. AI steps in. Bullshit. 5:25. Bullshit. No way 5:25. 5:25 p.m. on Fridays during its classic run from 55 to 84. Here we go. And then it contradicts itself. The famous catchphrase, it's Friday, it's 5 to 5. It's crackerjack. And it was revived in 2020. I didn't know about this. It aired in a later Friday time slot at 6 p.m. So the AI got confused between 5 to 5 and 5:25. I'll be honest, I thought it was 5 past 5. But Spit the Dog, Chris Tarrant, Tiswas. Today is Saturday, wear a smile, is what Tiswas stood for. I remember it well. Chris Tarrant in his rebellious younger days. And then don't look up OTT. Well, do. But you're going to get pictures of a big black lady with large bosoms hanging out. They did an adult version of Tiswas called Over the Top with a lot of the same cast members. Chris Tarrant, Lenny Henry, probably Bob Carroll, and Spit the Dog. I don't quite remember. I bet those are not available on YouTube. You might get a highlights program. Why? It was called Double or Drop. Where did I just see that? Double or Drop. Classic games they played like Double or Drop. I remember Double or Drop. It's in here, folks. It's in here. Even if I doubt it, and even if I can't always recall it, it's here. Currently 26 degrees in Torrevieja. Then why have I got fucking water all over my screen? What's the dew point? Humidity is 92 degrees. It's very humid. Where's the... Oh, the dew point is 25 degrees. And it's 26. Still feels like 31 apparently. 26 feels like 31. Dew point is 25, so that's near enough. That's why everything's getting wet. As long as it doesn't get wet inside the fucking USB port. Was there something else I was looking up? Maybe the hosts? I got the time, 5 to 5, which they lied about. Isn't it funny how AI can get that wrong? How do you mix up 5 minutes to 5? How do you mix that up with 5:25? You turn TO into 20. I don't know. I still think it was past 5 rather than 2:05. Scrolling. Oh, there's nowhere to scroll. You watch Croc Turnbull all the time. I have him set so that I get every alert. Yeah, he pops up. I'm always, so when I'm on YouTube and I'm not broadcasting, I'm always on the alerts, the what do they call them? Notifications. Hit the bell, top right hand corner, and see what's new. And watch a couple and then refresh that screen and see what's new. And when I get bored, I'll either go just to the home screen, to the feed, whatever you want to call it. If I get bored with that, I'll click the try not to use just the feed, the algorithm. Click the subscribers button, which is on the bottom row, second from right, I think it is. Hit that. All the people that you've subscribed to but that never pop up are in there. Go watch them there. And check your, well, A, check that you're subscribing, and B, check that you've got the bell icon lit. And if you've got the bell icon on all rather than personalized, if it's on all but they're still not popping up in your notifications, unselect, deselect it, switch it to something else, and then switch it back to all, and you'll get those people's notifications. Now, some people I know get a literal notification. Bing bong, Delta Mike's going live soon. Like bing bong on the in the alerts on the phone. I don't get that, but that might be me telling it it's not allowed to do notifications or something. Like YouTube notifications. When you're in YouTube, there's the alerts or whatever you want to call them, notifications within YouTube. But I mean like the Android notifications. Some people I know get like a bing bong, Delta Mike's going live in half an hour or whatever. Not sure how you do that. I don't get it, but that's probably my own like privacy settings or whatever, notification settings. Not sure, folks. Did I go get a beer? I finished a beer, I threw it away. I said I was going to get one and there's no beer here. I'm assuming I didn't go get a beer or a wee-wee. Would I be correct? Unless I've done something silly. I said I was going for one. Well, for both. Tina, you're under my chair, darling. I can't do that. Come here, babe. Hey, I don't know why you're insisting on lying under my chair. It's cute, but you're going to get hurt. So I've got to move you again by the collar. I got no other way, sweetheart. Here we go. Stay there. Stay. Stay. It's okay. It's okay. You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. I just don't want you to get hurt. Okay, folks, I am going to mute the microphone. If you will, just bear with me probably 2 minutes. Once over there, and then I've got to go over there and get a beer. I've got to get a drink at least. I could get water and blackcurrant. Nah, not this time of night. I'm going to get a beer. Bear with me. Please don't leave. I will be back in... I was going to say 2 shakes. In the context, that might not be enough shakes. Just wait here. I'll be back. I'll be back. That's the worst Austrian accent ever. Okay, I'm back. I was just saying to Tina, don't panic, trust me. She's kind of laying in the way. I have to step over her, and if it's happened a few times, I'm mid stride over her, and she panics that she might get stood on, so she moves right under where my foot's about to land. And if she does that, she either gets trodden on, or I have to take like extreme measures and I knacker my back stepping like around her or extending my stride over her. This is ice cold. It's fantastic. I wouldn't be surprised if there was ice crystals in this. I turned the fridge off, was it a couple of hours ago? Must be more than a couple of hours ago. I've just turned it back on it. It says it's on 3 degrees, but it lies. It's giving like the air temp at the point where the cooling happens, and it's very up and down. Through the day, it'll go from saying -2 to saying +7 within like half an hour if I turn it off. And it's like, there's no way. Like it's full. It's full. There's 4, in the freezer section, there's 4 1.5 litres bottles of water. There'll be some fraction of a 12-pack of beer. There's margarine. There's some sausages and some minced beef. That, like the things like, basically there's a pack of bacon as well. That's right on the bottom. Everything's sat on that. Basically, it's not rammed full, but you'd have difficulty getting much more in. So you've got that thermal mass that you get cold, like the sausages are usually kind of frozen. Sometimes not quite, but we'll discuss the dangers of frozen, not frozen, frozen. If they're the wrong side of frozen, it's not for long. So I don't care. I'll take that risk. Where are you laying? I can't sit too far away from the table, Tina. Okay, babe. Are you? Okay, that didn't hit you. That's okay. What was I saying? So with that thermal mass, all that cold stuff in there, and it says the temperature's moving from like -2, -3 or whatever, up to +7 in half an hour. Like, what are you talking about? That's physics probably says that for a full freezer, that's probably impossible. That's certainly not the temperature that the food's swinging around at. Maybe the air temperature in one specific location? Possibly. But even that I doubt, because the air is going to be cooled by all the really cold water or the frozen stuff or whatever. It annoys me. You watch Croc Turnbull all the time. I do. Chris Carrant spit the dog. Jack Attack steps in. When children first sat down to watch Cracker Jack, it was 5:15. You see, I thought it was after 5 rather than before 5. So the famous rallying cry, it's 5 to 5, it's Cracker Jack, was not from the original, but appeared several years later. It certainly wasn't 5:25 though, no? Whoa, it jumped. So I don't know what the Google AI... Wait, now I've jumped back the other way. It's Cracker Jack, not from the original. Okay, 55-59. Originally aired on Wednesdays. Really? 59 to 63. Moved to Thursday afternoon. 64 to 84. Fridays at 5 to 5. Cementing the classic status. And then they brought it back 2021. Friday evenings at 6 on CBBC. So not even on BBC One. That's interesting, isn't it? Once kids got their own channel, Kids TV disappeared from BBC One. Used to be BBC One was like, it was for everyone. You had the news. Before that, you had a couple of hours of Kids TV from like 4 o'clock when Play School came on or whatever, through to 6. Magic Roundabout at 5 to 6, and then the 6 o'clock news. Was a classic kind of thing. Sometimes it was Magic Roundabout. I think sometimes it was Flumps, whatever. Not Flumps. The other one's Clangers. You are really going to get hurt, darling, if you keep putting your head right under my chair. I think where you are now, I can still hooch forward. Oh, dog. Doggy. Abandoned ship. Where's Keith going with that one? Courts dismiss Dieselgate allegations against 5 car makers. Any thoughts? Dieselgate, like when Volkswagen rigged the emissions tests. They made their car detect when it was a legal emissions test. Legal, not illegal, a legal emissions test. And when the car detected it was an emissions test, it behaved differently to normal use. I don't know. I know nothing about. I only remember Volkswagen doing it. I don't remember anything else. Adult programs, says Jasper. Captain Pugwash. I'm not Captain Pugwash. Whether or not there was actual double entendre in Captain Pugwash or not is still debated. I'm sure I remember Jack the cabin boy being late. Jack, you're late. I'm sure I remember that. But it might not be true. There was definitely an episode of Rupert the Bear where he walks into a newsagent and there's porno mags on the top shelf. That's real. That happened. Rupert the Bear. Everyone knows his name. Come join in his game. Dum 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 dum. Rupert the Bear. Yeah. But yeah, it was. I mean, it was like a. It was. I think it's just the name of the magazine or something, and maybe a sketch that you might interpret as a woman. It wasn't. But controversy. Charlton and the Wheelies had it. How did that go? If you remember Charlton, however you're going to pronounce it, Charlton and the Wheelies. So he was he a dragon? He's a bit like Ermintrude, but from Magic Roundabout. But Charlton and he lived in a town where all of the other people had wheels for legs, and then there was little old lady. He's like this Lancashire accent, little old lady on ill, and he thought she was lovely. And everyone else feared her because she was a witch. And she's there, she's got a cauldron, and she's got the spell book. And the animator has been told, was it animation or was it stop motion? Whatever it was. But anyway, he's been told we need a star on the, pentagraph, whatever it's called. The 5-pointed star that, well, he was just told a star. So he did the fucking 2 triangles interlinked, the Star of David. So the evil witch on the hill had a Star of David cross. Star of David star. What am I saying? Which drew all sorts of anti-Semitic, aspersions, accusations. Children's TV, sometimes you got it wrong, folks. What can you say? Jeez, mags, we're not always top shelf. At 20 W.H. Smith, I wasn't very tall. I always looked through 10 mags before I got caught. Jasper, you're not supposed to stand there. I'd always thought those were the weirdos, the guys who stood there. In my day, and I don't want to talk too much on this topic because I get told off for too much testosterone. In my day, you bought a newspaper and it was folded, so you kind of unfold, and you bought. If you're gonna be there, you might as well buy 2 or 3 at once. You're never buying just one. You grab them, you put them in the folded newspaper. You fold the newspaper down. You go to the counter. If there are women nearby, like behind you or whatever, you go first. No, off you go. I know I'm only getting this, but it's okay. You go first. You let them go, and then you open. You're not hoping that they only like charge you for the new. You're not trying to get away with anything, but you gotta hurry up, hurry up. and pay and go. And then you fold your newspaper over, roll it up, whatever, and go. Because this was before pornography was digital. I was 10, no, 20. Okay, the 20 was a typo. The ones next to the 2. I hid, razzling health and efficiency. Okay, razzle. One of my favourites. That section towards the end, I think they call it splosh now. Where all the girls are hitting each other with cream pies and rubbing the foam into each other. On, not into. But anyway, sure. Let's move on. That's not why you called. Next topic. You get me into trouble. If Marie comes back, she'll be telling me off. What else? Have I got anything else to talk about this week? What happened this week? My friend Ismo came. My friend Ismo looks like he's buying me a solar panel, but I'm not sure why. Other than the fact that mine have deteriorated so rapidly. So rapidly. Spanish, clear blue sky. Midday, solar noon, 2 p.m. and I'm getting 35 and 45 watts from the 2 panels. 3 or 4 months after buying them. Do you think I could like put in a warranty claim or whatever? Do you think I could send them back and get my fucking money back? I have not like abused them. I move them about, but they're sold as flexible. So if they wobble while I'm picking them up or carrying them, people say, oh, a normal solar panel will last 25 years. Oh, a flexible one won't last as long. Only 10 or 15 years. And I'm like, 4 months. What are we talking about? I'm unable to run my slow cooker. Last year, with just one EcoFlow and one solar panel, now I didn't have the fridge, in fairness, but I had a fan, one EcoFlow, a fan and a slow cooker, and just one solar panel. I was able to run the slow cooker and cook, you know, like jacket potatoes, baked potatoes, whatever you want to call them. Or a stew or whatever. Not something I would do often in summer. Jacket potatoes I would do, baked potatoes, because you cook them, you let them go cold, and then you just eat them like apples through the night. They're good to just snack on while they're cold. I haven't got enough spare power. I'm battling to stay on top. Now, the fridge is heavy in the peak hours. 2 o'clock while 5 o'clock. It's running at 60 or 70 watts, and I've only got 30 odd coming in on whichever EcoFlow it's connected to. Now, if my mate Ismo does get me a solar panel, I don't know, I'm a little bit confused. You mentioned testing, I'll bring it to you to test. But if he does bring me a solar panel, I will put these 2 in series so that I'm getting 2 lots of 35 or 40 watts, whatever they max out at. And then hopefully the other one gives me something nearer 100. Excuse me. I can't go above 110. Oh, I've got the hiccups. There were good jokes in them. Jokes and cartoons and things. Playboy had good little cartoons and funny little jokes as well. Was it? No, Mayfair. Mayfair. Does anyone remember Mayfair? Oh. Change the topic, guys. You're going to get me in trouble with the ladies. Are there any ladies here? And how offended are you? I'm a lady. I think it's all just Jasper at the minute. Jasper and Keith. Jack was a little while back. 1:17. I don't know what time it is now. 35? Yeah, okay. Quarter of an hour ago then. Okay, folks. I think we're going to wrap it up soon. I don't think we're going to go on too much longer. It has been an enjoyable evening. I did start earlier than normal. Should I could go till 2 o'clock. Finish at kind of the normal time despite having started 1 hour early. I'll be honest, I think that starting 1 hour early harmed the stream. Because I didn't get many viewers in that first hour because of, I assume, or presume, because of going early. It could have been because of the football or something. I mean, there's other reasons. And I didn't promote the stream. I didn't push it out on Twitter or a YouTube community post. It could have been that. But I guess because the first hour was so light in traffic, YouTube just didn't push it out. You need another raid. Well, go and have a look, see whether Don Benitez is live. I've seen him raid people that he's raided previously, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a one-off. This time I've got my begging link up, haven't I? This time. Although I've had no donations. Has Nobby Styles just died? Or is this the autopsy or something? I think it's the inquest, isn't it? Let me see. Let me get whoa, that's too bright. See, oh, he died 6 years ago nearly. Norbert Peter Styles. Nobby. I don't think I'd heard anything recently. I must have missed it when it happened. Torrevieja 27 degrees. 10% chance of rain, folks. Hold on. I need to go look. If it rains, how much rains? No thanks to the... God, they pester for the fine-tuned location, don't they? Precipitation 0%, it says here. Well, it goes up to 10% later in the night. 0.25 of a millimetre. I'm not going to bother about that. Titan has rivers, rainfall, lakes, and a slow hydrological cycle. Keep seeing Dick Van Dyke in the news. Well, not necessarily the news, but in the articles. Credits one habit for his long life. Studies link it to 15% more years. Quick look, just to see what it is. They will drag it out. It'll be... Is that the habit? I never wake up in a bad mood. That's an impressive claim. Writing, blah, blah, blah. Optimists have a higher chance of living longer. So that's the habit, being an optimist. That's not really a habit, is it? Let me just keep reading a little bit. So, someone did a study on novice nuns that began in the 1930s in their youth. They were asked to write down the story of their lives. 6 decades later, researchers found that those who expressed more positive emotion lived an average of 10 years longer. Okay, let's think about that. If you're writing your life story and you write a positive write-up, is it that you're an optimist, Or is it that you've had a good life? Why do we not just conclude that people who have a hard childhood or whatever, a hard, let's say you're 20, 22, 25 when you become a novice nun. If you write negative, oh, I was abused as a child, I was beaten, I was sexually attacked. Are you living longer because, are you dying earlier because you're a pessimist or because you've had a fucking hard life? How do you distinguish that? How do you control for that? When it comes to social sciences, some studies are fucking bogus. Oh, you wrote about your life in positive terms, so you're an optimist. Maybe you had a rich family and a fucking good life. And maybe the ones that died young are the ones that had a bad childhood, and every time they go to sleep, they're remembering a depressive fucking childhood. Is it that they're not optimists, or is it that they had a bad childhood? Or youth, or whichever term for whatever years you want to talk about. 90% of social studies cannot be replicated. Someone tries to replicate and gets a diametrically opposite finding. It's like the person sets out with a hypothesis, sets out to prove the hypothesis and proves it. Someone else goes in more open-minded and disproves it. That's the social sciences for you. They're pretty much bullshit. Who was it who said there's physics and everything else is stamp collecting? Sounds like Einstein, doesn't it? Or maybe he wouldn't be that dismissive. Feynman? Maybe Feynman. He could be that dismissive. Let's find out. Hold on. Hold on. Where do I know this from? Let's get rid of that and do a new search. There's physics. Ah! What'd I do? Oh. Here we go. There's physics and everything else. I won't have to type too far. Everything else is a recommendation. No, everything else happens for a reason. No, that's far too. That's almost religious. There's physics. Is that an and? That is an and. Okay. No, not everything else is a recommendation. And everything else is stamp collecting. Ernest Rutherford. Okay. Sometimes it's attributed to Lord Kelvin. The fuck are you? And then just ran through the field. Hopefully a cat, but probably not. The idea that fundamental physics seeks to uncover the universal laws of the universe while every other science simply observes, sorts and catalogues. Well, you've also got the fact that chemistry is just physics by proxy. Why are these bonds the way they are? What bonds make where, and the different shells of electron shell, it's physics. But physics with chemicals becomes chemistry. Biology is chemistry by extension, organic chemistry, potentially, supposedly gives rise to life. So everything is physics, and everything else is stamp collecting. I didn't know it was Ernest Rutherford. That wouldn't have been my guess. It wasn't my guess. You need another raid. Oh, that's what I picked the tablet up for. 2 nuns on a tandem went in wrong direction. I never come this way. It's like horseback riding. Shush. You've gone very sexual, Jasper. Let me go on YouTube. Oh, why is that so bright? Because the brightness is turned up too high. Hold on. Go on the alerts. You got a like. Let me just read these. Some people are replying to me on a thread that I was heavily involved in. This bricks and minifig stuff. So this reckless Ben guy goes to court and he's not even been told what he's been charged with. And so he's asking for the evidence, you know, for the, what do they call it? Discovery. You have to be told what the evidence against you is and what the charges are. And the prosecution says, if we give you the evidence and the police body cams and things, you're just going to make YouTube videos out of it. Yeah, that's called reporting. That's journalism. That's First Amendment. That's free speech. So the prosecution say, no, we object. And the judge says, I agree. And silences him. 2 problems. First Amendment in America. This is America. First Amendment, free speech. And I think it's the 6th. Due process. How can you prepare a defense? This is a pre-trial hearing, I believe. And he was given a ban and told he couldn't speak about it for however long. How do you prepare a defense when you've not been told what you're charged with? And you're not given the evidence that supposedly backs up these false allegations. That whole Lego thing, it's all over the internet. Just if you just type Lego into YouTube now, Reckless Ben, RECKLESS, Reckless space Ben. It's dynamite. It's ridiculous. It's redonkulous. It's so ridiculous. It's redonkulous. They got a search warrant on the basis of we want to arrest this guy. And they literally wrote, the last line of the search warrant is that this is in order to arrest him. They got a search warrant to search for stolen Lego because someone had heard him talking about stolen Lego. Yeah, he turned up at a business to say, you stole $200,000 worth of Lego. Of course he talks about stolen Lego. It's not that he stole it, but the police get a search warrant and turn up, raid the house, arrest everybody in the doorway immediately before they've even looked for Lego, and they never looked for Lego. They went in and did a sweep of the building to make sure there's nobody hidden, you know, like an armed, you know, they're not going to get shot. They went in, did a quick sweep, and dragged away 5 people they arrested at the door without finding any of the things they said they were looking for in the search warrant. That's like so fucking illegal, it's unreal. They arrested them and said, right, let's just take you down the police station, work out what's what and decide whether we're arresting you or not. No. To arrest, you need probable cause first. To get a search warrant, you need probable cause. You didn't have any. And a search warrant's not an arrest warrant. You can't get a search warrant and arrest somebody after not finding any of the things that you're searching for. Especially when you didn't even look for them. Whole thing is absolutely fucking retarded. And the judge went along with it. A, in giving the search warrant, and B, beginning a court case without telling him what he was arrested for. And without permitting discovery. The judge could have given him the body cam. They could have told him what he was being charged with, given him the body cam footage, and stipulate you're not allowed to publish this before the trial or until after the trial. He could have stipulated that, but he didn't. Crazy. Anyway, where was I? I wasn't here for that. It just caught my eye that I'm involved, and you know, I got a comment and 306 thumbs ups and 22 replies. But the guy, Ben, he didn't get a fucking lawyer, which is also stupid. He was asked when the prosecution said we object to him getting this list of charges and discovery, the body cam footage. The lawyer, what's on? Okay, someone ran through the field. It's okay, babe. Unless it's a person and I need to hit someone. It's okay. It's probably a cat or a rat. If it's a person, I'll smack him. I don't think it is. I think we're okay. Thank you for warning me. Thank you. It's okay, babe. Where was I? Reckless Ben. Oh, he was asked. The guy asked for the judge to give this, to decline discovery. And Ben was asked any objections. And he tried to dive into the evidence of the case because he went pro se. He represented himself. Any competent lawyer would have quoted First Amendment and, like I said, I think it's the 6th, due process. So First Amendment, free speech, journalism, blah blah. I think it's 6th. It might be a different one, 7th or 8th, but I think it's 6th. Due process. How can you prepare a defense when you're not told what you've been charged with and given the fucking evidence? Any competent. So he was asked, do you object? And he started to say, yeah, if you look at the videos, if you look at the... No. This isn't the trial, this is a pre-trial hearing. It's not the time for evidence. It's the time for legal argument. Fuck, I'm not even American, and I could have stood up and done a better job. So he was stupid to go in. Even a public defender, because this was a pre-trial thing, even a public defender could have got him access, the slightest argument. And if you declined, your public defender would have gone for, there's a word for when you go for an appeal during the trial, you know, rather than wait until the end of a trial, you can appeal certain things to a higher court, like straight away because it's important. This would have been a classic. But he was pro se. And it's really frowned upon. Judges they make a point of not giving you any leeway. Certainly in American courts. In British courts, they make a point of giving you a bit of leeway, a bit of a hint. In American courts, they say, I'm not allowed to advise. So fuck you, you're an idiot for going pro se, for representing yourself. Anyway, that's not why you call, it's not why you're here. I was looking for something else, wasn't I? I'm just scrolling through who may or may not be live now. I was looking for Don Benitez. I don't think he's online now. He goes online at really random times of day. If he'd been on 4 or 5 hours now, there'd be a chance of a raid. But if he's not even online, no. But I have seen him raid people for a second time. And as he said, I am rather wholesome. That was it, like a charity case. We're going to raid a really small channel, I think was how we worded it. Got to have some humour, indeed. let me just do top chat and live chat just in case I've missed anything. No, I think we're done, folks. We're going to do like another 5 minutes. It's coming for 2 o'clock. I don't have to worry about whether I go 5 or 10 minutes over because we've already done over 4 hours. This would be the 5-hour mark. So I'm going to call it quits roughly on the 5-hour mark. Maybe I'll go a couple of minutes over. I don't think we've had much in the way of outages. Maybe one. Oh, I had to step out at one point to make chat work again, and then we did have one little outage of a few seconds. I'll go a couple of minutes over just to make sure that we hit 5 hours, just because I like round numbers, even though it'll end up at 5:02 or 5:03. Cheers, folks. Thank you for joining me as we see the week ending, Friday night into Saturday morning. Thank you for joining me. It's much appreciated. The PayPal link is pinned if anybody's of a mind to. Otherwise, I hope I provided you with at least a little bit of entertainment this Friday night for those of you that didn't go out and that didn't want to watch TV. It's my pleasure to entertain you this evening. We'll give it another 3 or 4 minutes. Any final questions, comments, criticisms, whatever? Let me see. I might just turn the brightness up a bit for a few minutes. How's that? That's the full. I was on the bottom. I was on the lowest. So maybe I'll go to medium. How's that? The lamp does kind of fade a little bit over time, but I think we managed okay. It's been outside charging for 2 days without being used, and we managed to get by on the lowest brightness for the last. I don't think we used it the first hour, but the 4 hours after that, it's done us fine just on the lowest. I think it just got a little bit dull there, and I've just knocked it up a notch. Can't complain. I'm just trying to think whether there's been anything else this week. I said about my friend Colleen saying that she wasn't going to come again because she thought Tina might not be here next time, but I've reassured her that she will be. I have. A few weeks ago I said Tina had 2 or 3 weeks. That Tina's improved. I'm not going to say remarkably, but markedly. That open wound where she'd wet the bed a couple of nights on the trot and laid in her own mess. We've avoided that, or at least reduced. She's not wetting the bed as much. She's a little bit more in control, and I'm checking through the night and swapping out the newspapers and things that she's laying on. So her thing is closing up. Alcohol gel as well to dry it out, and it's starting to get covered with skin now. Not hair yet, but that'll come. So Tina's better. So I'm reassuring friends that whereas 2 weeks ago I said 2 or 3 weeks, and then that might be it. I think we've got a bit longer. We've got another month or 2 maybe. I think. Again, if she suddenly declines in the next few weeks, we'll have to reassess. It's a constant reassessing thing. I don't want people to turn up like with chicken carcasses for Tina and then me say, oh, I'm sorry, she's not here anymore. And I don't have a direct contact for this particular lady. She's been coming for a couple of years, and she's a friend of a friend. But I could contact that friend and he could contact her if anything changes on that front. But just to reassure you all, I did say it's about 2 weeks ago. I said 2 or 3 weeks. We have managed. I'm pretty sure we've put that back. Tina is more in control of her bladder and bowel. If she poos, it's kind of usually not that bad. As long as it's solid, you can just put it in a bag. And so I'm picking it up off newspaper and putting it back, and it's not even leaving a mark. I know we don't want to have that conversation, but peeing and then laying in it that's not good because it's ammonia. I think that's not acidic, the other one. Alkaline, whatever the right word is. It's not good for your skin and you know, her. But I'm waking up 2 or 3 times in the night. I'm checking if she has peed. I either reposition her so that she's on a different piece of the paper or pad, or I swap the paper or pad out from under her. Seems to be working. She's doing it less anyway, and I'm monitoring and making the right swaps at the right time. More frequent walks. I'm making an effort to do more frequent walks, even though we've just done 5 hours and she's laid here. There's no sign that she's peed, and she will be. She was walked immediately before we start the stream. She'll be walked immediately afterwards, first thing, and that should take us through the night. What is it now? 2 o'clock. Feels weird, folks. 2 o'clock, but I've done 5 hours. Normally at 2 o'clock I've done 4, and I'll be talking about going long. Let's do more. But it's 2 o'clock and I've already done 5. I think that's enough for tonight. 5 hours and a minute according to my timer here. We'll do 1 more minute. If there's any questions or comments, got to have some humour. That was the last one from Jasper. Top chat, live chat, just in case I've missed anything. Nope, that is the latest thing. So, like I said, folks, thank you for joining me tonight, seeing the week out and the weekend in. Probably join me again Sunday night. And again, because of the lamp situation, the light situation, we might go early. I almost went live at 8 tonight, but I wasn't particularly rested after the afternoon with the heat and everything, so I ended up going for 9. It's possible we'll go earlier on Sunday again, although I'll have to take steps to advertise it. You never know, I might do an afternoon stream one day. You never know, I might cook some fucking food one day soon. Oh, I stepped on a bag of potatoes earlier, and one of the potatoes that I stood on was squishy. And if you've ever had a potato go bad, they smell like, oh my god, they smell vile. So tomorrow, the tent's going to be full of flies. Fortunately, I has fly spray. I got new tube. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm going to love you and leave you. Cheers again, folks. I'm going to leave you. I'm going to try and leave you in the manner to which I've become accustomed, even if you haven't. Give me a second. I've got to unplug the cable. Oh, I've knocked the light over. Where's Farmer? The lamp came to get me. Turn the camera around, turn the flash on. Hey, Tina. Well, there she is, folks. She's not looking at you. She's looking away from you. Oh, she has peed now. Okay. Well, it's a good job I'm about to move her, isn't it? Tina girl. I was about to walk you, darling. Hey, babe. Whoa. Hey, babe. Hey. We go walkies now, yeah? Tina walkies. Yeah. Can I bring you back around this way, darling? Let me bring you back around. If I can get you here, and then I can just drag you forward a little bit so that you're definitely not laying in your... I know, it's a horrible way to move you. But what else is there? Okay, folks. Hey, look at that. Maybe we can get... If I get my knee out of the way. Tina, go. Talk to the peoples. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. I've got to move my hand out of the way of the light. Catch you later, folks. See you later, Jack, and everyone else, whoever's still here. Probably Jasper, Keith, maybe. Okay, folks, I'm on my way. I'm out. Okay. From Tina and from me, Delta Mike. Out.